Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Patch 4.0 Europe GITCG Major. My name is XD, your host for this place, and followed by my other co-host, if you will.
I am Louis, joining X for the cast, and hoping for a great major.
Nice, welcome. It feels weird not saying 30 point something. Still, even it's been 6 weeks and I'm still not used to that. But here we are in 4.0. The game has been changing a lot, but I recall that GITCG only had some minimal changes, if I recall, Louis.
Yeah, we got some new cards, some new characters. The characters haven't really gotten made that much of an impact. One thing that has actually kind of made an impact is the buffs to a lot of the artifacts, as well as I don't know. Overall, the courtyard playstyle has gotten a bit better. But overall, I think the format has started to be relatively figured out. We're seeing it in the decks today. I think we have like everybody, like we have more players than the individual decks today.
Mm. Well, that's great. That's great to hear. And because of the new thing, I believe that some of the rules have changed that you just gave us a little sneak peek about. So I think because you know the rules more than I, so I believe that you would be the right person to ask about what's the tournament rules for today.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty, let's jump over there. Today's rules are relatively similar to what we used to have. Best of three, single elimination, 8 players in a bracket. But there's one big difference. We asked people to bring 5 decks today. 2 will be banned, and then in the best of three, essentially, every time you play a deck, whether you win or you lose, the deck is out. You can't play it again. So we're gonna have 3 unique matchups throughout the 3 games.
Which also means that people, because there are actually potentially 15 potential characters, the players are going to be stretched out rather thin, doesn't it? So,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and that's going to be making it quite more interesting for the viewers. But I wonder how it is for the player side. Definitely.
Yeah. We've seen a lot of the bans, being leveled at the biggest meta decks, Shenhe SC, Bin. Sometimes some of the Electrocharge decks get hit.
Right.
So we're gonna see what people are bringing and what they're banning today.
Well, yeah. Aside from that, so why are we still doing why are the people putting their necks out apart from Pride is because thanks to our major sponsor, the Genshin Impact Tavern, we do have a bit of a prize pool for the people who's entering the majors. As long as they have entered the major, they're already eligible for a prize. But how much difference there is, well, you can see right here. First place will get $50 US. Second place, $30 US. Third and fourth will get $15 US. And fifth and eighth, we applaud you for your bravery and your participation in the major. But you will still leave with not with an empty hand, but with a blessing of the welcome moon. With that out of
Hmm.
the way, I think it's a good time to go move on to the players, right?
Yeah, obviously, just quickly on the prizes. Of course, all prizes will be delivered in in-game purchases. Um, I hope people understand it's for certain legal reasons. Anyway, let's move
Right.
on to the players. Um, I hope that by now we know who our eighth seed is because, uh, okay, we don't.
We're not
So
quite sure.
what happened is Mr. Pillow and Pudge are our eighth and ninth seeds, so kind of. They were supposed to play a match to see who's gonna join the bracket. They went to game three and then they tied game three somehow, so we still kind of don't know who of them is gonna be in until the round starts. Um, but yeah.
I wouldn't too worry too much about it. Perhaps while we go for the rest of the people, we would have the results by then. Well, usually it's kind of funny because this time, yeah, really just I think apart from one person, I don't recognize any of these guys. So do you, Louis?
I recognize some of them for sure. We do have some new faces here. Some of them have been sort of lingering below the surface. I think Erichi and Leandro have been playing for some time, but haven't really reached the major stage yet. Obviously, we got Kevin Z coming in as the big favorite, having dominated Europe, patch after patch, getting 5-0s in weeklies and everything. Coming in, I never lose.
Yeah, but Kirano's gone. You see.
Except to Carano, who decided to join the Asia Major this time around, won that one, but won't be seen today here in the EU Major.
Looks like Kevin Z might have wanted some Kirano blood on the menu today, but unfortunately, that is not the case. Anyways, on the next up, we do have, finally, we're going to Erichi. Okay, we have another person who says, I never lose, I either win or I learn. Either one of these person are capping, or both of them are capping, depending on how much bravado they bring into the table.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Looking at the
go
bracket,
ahead.
they're only going to be meeting in the finals if they do.
Their description is, hello everyone, dear viewers of the GITCG channel. Erichi is here. I'm a card player from Belarus. This is my first major. I will try to show good results in interesting games. Well, I have to tell, if Erichi was here right with us, I would have to say they've already done a really good job getting to the majors, so that's already quite a feat. So I think they proved their skill, their sportsmanship quite well.
Yeah.
But we'll see once we get into the zone.
Yeah, as I said, has been around for a bit now, but this is their first major appearance, so and immediately as the second seed, something must have worked.
Yeah, something definitely must have worked, and we will know until we get there.
All right. Moving on to our next player is going to be. Okay.
So it seems like while we're gonna have to we just be receiving word that we're going to get some games in so very soon, so we're just gonna have to blaze through. Third person is I remember calling we supposed to call them Annie.
Annie, yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Is Russian. We're gonna look at the players that are going to be in our first featured match. Don't be afraid. I'm great. I'm a great blind, and I don't see lethals. Tulula, Tululula, Tutulula.
I have no idea
Hope
what that
I
meant.
didn't butcher that too much.
Mhm.
Anyway, thanks to my mom for giving birth. Thanks to Squibble for my signature deck. Hello, everyone from the Russian-speaking card community. LCG, Lu guys.
Love you guys.
There
Sometimes
we go.
abbreviations are difficult to understand. So there's Annie, and the other person that we'll be facing quite soon will be, if I recall correctly, it will be a Deity fan. No, is it not?
Yep. Any also first major appearance. Pretty good record actually.
I'm assuming there's going to be a lot of first major appearances because I've only skipped one. I'm fairly certain I've only skipped one or two majors, if I recall correctly. So some of these names are, I must have caught them, right? I must have caught them. It's got to be there.
Yeah. One thing that makes me kind of sad is I'm seeing Sucro's talent card here as one of the favorite cards, and no Sucrose anywhere inside.
Do not hurt me any further, my friend. You know I love Sucrose. Sucrose is my best girl. To see not those, unfortunate. Well, it seems like we would love to stay here and introduce more of the players, but it seems like the match is going to be ready quite soon, and I think we're gonna be jumping in. Aside from that, everyone will be introduced one by one while we wait for the next stages. Yuki Mu, Nothing Lasts Forever, a sight to behold, a wonderful profile picture. Also, first appearances in the major lists. However, what are we looking at, Louis? Why is their favorite card Yai and I see no Yai in the decks? Is this a trend? Is this a new trend I'm missing out on?
Honestly, that is kind of interesting because we have actual Yaya decks. But yeah, is going to bring NEC with Fischl instead. Yukimu's been around, first major appearance, but I think has been at least close in the past. So yeah, hope they can deliver today.
I mean, they do bring a rather high up track record of things. So those two players might be the one that's going against each other first of all, but the other five, technically speaking, that we're still that we will be introducing in a later time will be Deity fan number one. I have no idea. Okay, there's got to be a lore between these two. I don't want to go into that. Well, we are going through it now, and oh my god, okay, it's better to shit and be late than to be on time and shit yourself. Statham.
Hmm.
They're not exactly wrong, but I don't
Is that a quote from
I don't like
Snatch?
comedy.
I think that might be a quote from Snatch.
Perhaps. And their next line they want to say is drink vodka, play Dotka.
Yeah,
Oh,
fair
I
enough.
get it. Okay, no, I understand. I understand. I don't want to mention any further, but I understand what's going on over there.
I mean, I kind of don't, but you do you.
And we also have their favorite card being a Mona, yet have no Mona in any of their decks.
Okay,
Okay,
yeah, this
this
has
guy
to
has
be a
Yai.
joke.
This guy has Yai in the deck. Okay, what is going on? Dude,
Mona is Mona is good right now. What the?
no, these people are pranking me.
There's
I swear.
multiple good Mona decks right now. Like I
Yeah,
could at least think of 3 good Mona decks right now, and there's none of them here.
I'm I'm just feeling betrayed that they have their favorite card and just never show up. We've received word that the 8th player has been decided between the 2 tiebreakers. And the judges on the breachers. The judges on the breachers. Hold on, let me see what they are saying. Let us see, and it seems like Pudge 5 Pulse has been the winner of that fight, and now we're moving on to our top 8. Actually,
Congratulations for that already. That's going to be a welcome in your pocket, and perhaps more. It's going to sadly have to go up against Kevin Z immediately as the 8th seed. So,
oh really? Oh, that's
yeah. You know, immediately thrown into the fire, but maybe something will be forged there.
And it seems like we are going to have the first game coming up now, and we are, from what we can tell,
Yeah, this is bans. So
yeah,
we got
those are the bans. Raiden's
Tartek
banned.
ban and a Shenhe SC ban.
Those are okay. I don't know about the Overlord being banned because I do applaud like Klee really a lot. I really love Klee as a GITCG card, but never seen those teams being banned ever so often. However, the Superconduct one with Raiden, yeah, definitely much so.
Yeah.
I do have a question regarding the strategy of decks this time around, right? Because we have 5 decks and we ban 2. I feel like it's a little bit meaningless to actually go build a meta deck immediately because those will be most likely banned, and what the players will be left with are characters that are very valuable in different kind of decks being unused because they put in a meta deck, right?
Yeah, I think one of the things though right now is the difference between like the top tier decks isn't actually big enough for you to really like be needing to conserve characters. Also, they don't share that many characters in between them. The one big thing is like people have been splitting NEC into MNEC and Agent EC, and there's no overlapping characters there. And the rest is really like you can relatively easily construct a lineup where you don't really have that much overlap in characters.
Well, it's still regardless something to actually really consider because again, we're banning 2 decks. That means 6 characters are going to be banned.
Yeah. Also,
It may not be much,
biggest
but
thing is
it
like
is
the best decks right now are Bin and Shenhe SC, and it's really difficult to use any characters from those in other decks. We have like Baby Barbara in Death Penalty and Shenhe SC in like Double Animo, but there's haven't really been doing that much overall. So again, it's not really that difficult to maneuver around the bans.
Now, next time we talk about the GITCG tournaments, we need to get the statistics of the ban rates of all these characters. Because my god, this is kind of like this is going to be right. This is really going to be interesting because again, 3 characters instead of 6 characters instead of 3. That's going to be huge. People are going to be deciding like, do we want to just knock off the meta decks immediately, or did they just face it forward? Because meta deck is indeed meta deck, but they're not straight up unbeatable. So if they're much more used to that situation, they might as well just keep it. Is this their second ban? No, this is not their ban.
This might be their ban. Yeah, this is the ban. Okay, so we got both will be playing Overload and Shanghai SC.
Oh wait,
from each other.
So they just know you'd each other. Okay, I
Yeah.
see. No, I see the situation. Okay, I see it now. They just said no you for both things, so they're both knocked out of their the big ones. Okay, so that leaves us with Datafan having. Datafan still has Mona, sorry, MEC, and they have the official Oceanid and Fatui agent. Annie will be left with Raiden, Shangling, Nahida, Bin, and Sarah, Mona, and Venti as their leftover decks. Again, that's kind of funny because we just talked about deleting meta decks, and then yet Bin has been for both sides, or not even touched. So we're gonna see Bin some point somewhere. I don't know when. Are they going to leave it up to the very final round just for the emergency button situation? They might bring it for the life final thing, or did you want to use it very early just to get that little punto? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a bit of a coin toss for anybody, but I really just hope, like, it's a 1 in 3 pretty much, that we don't see a bid mirror. I just don't want to. But yeah, any actually interestingly, deep in the EU sauce is bringing RXN, Raiden Shangling Nahida, which has been pioneered by Squibble last patch, as well as the new Sarah Mona Venti deck that, as far as I can tell, Kevin has really brought to the forefront. Plays a lot around artifacts and weapons, essentially trying to reduce the skill costs by a lot, replaying artifacts and weapons over and over to gain more free dice essentially, and sometimes free card draw with the Fruit of Fulfillment. It's a very interesting deck. It is sometimes a bit inconsistent to get to run because you need a certain combination of cards in your hand to make it work.
Well, it's still going to be a rather interesting fight, regardless. I wonder. I'm just wondering, right? Like in my head, Bin's still alive. Like, listen, Bin has always been. Bin is like the MMEC for me, right? They just left a really huge impression in my mind. Then I'm just wondering when it's gonna happen. It's going to happen, but when and how and where. And all I want to see is the bin decks being used in a different like on a different time, right? Imagine just game one immediately. Both Annie and Datafan just going bin ditto. That's going to be quite awkward, right? Everyone's just gonna the players, the judges, the viewers, everyone's gonna be on the breachers. Just sit down early and be like, well, this is awkward.
Oh, very interesting, because like, no wait, there is first. Oh wait, never mind. That's Yuki move. Never mind. So yeah. Okay. Second bans are in. Deity Fan has banned RN, and Any has banned Overload as well. So both players won't be able to play Overload. Deity Fan won't be able to play Shanghai SC, and Any is not going to be able to play RXN.
Well, that's going to be a little bit more interesting in regards to everything. Just saying right now, as we're talking, since Annie, the Russian-speaking player, has been in is going down on the first match already. The chat room right now in the KQ and Twitch is already filled with Russian-speaking Twitch chat people, and all I want to say is privet. I think that's how you say hello in Russian, and we welcome you to join us and cheer for your players. It's actually kind of crazy because I never expected a fandom to appear. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do think it's kind of cool that Europe sort of has its own pockets and is pioneering stuff by themselves. You kind of have the same in Asia with the Japanese community and sort of the Philippines community and stuff like that. But yeah, it sort of like gives you a bit of competition within the region as well, between different factions.
Right. And it's it's really kind of nice to see. I guess it's heartwarming. We're too small scale to be like any hostilities or anything, but it's just pretty fun.
Yeah.
Let's look at the other decks that DD Fan number 1 also has. We haven't about that part just yet, right? RXN is I'm thinking of a different situation. Anyways, their deck is also kind of like the same old, right? There's not much of a difference of what we see. These are all meta decks, right? Oh
yeah,
these are all meta decks going on. Yeah, they're all good meta decks. DD Fan does have a really solid arsenal of decks, and right now with that arsenal decks, we're all also in the first match of the major whatsoever. Hello, everybody. Well, the major has finally begun, and we are avoiding Dice of Cringe. You usually expect Dice of Cringe. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's good dice.
Okay, that's good.
One thing that's actually very interesting. Oh, other side, not the greatest dice, but honestly, like with it being a rainbow deck, you can probably make it work. Interesting thing, Annie is actually bringing Shenhe SC with Yai Miko instead of Raiden Shogun. Yai Miko has sort of better damage output, can apply more Electro, but on the other hand, you kind of have the problem, or not you have the downside of Raiden Shogun can easily charge Chongy's Burst for like the cleanup at the end. This might be a bit more difficult to finish off games with.
It's the speed factor that matters a lot as well, right? Raiden can literally enable many things in a very fast-paced manner, and that was quite important in GITCG because GITCG you had to like quickly get in there and eliminate the contenders. I recall that it's been slowed down slightly more, but it's still there. We would like, for the people who have first seen their spectator screen, we would like to remind you again that the Annie is on the top side, and Annie's dice is shown on the left. In the right side will be Daddy Fan's one. So the bottom right and then the left top. That's how you distinguish their player dice and the counts.
Yeah, Annie is the blue dice, Daddy Fan is the yellow dice. So what one usually expects here is you either try to get a lot of stuff done on Shenhe relatively early, or as Annie does here, we're actually going to see a big ramp. Just going to pass it over with the Lieben and let Deity Fan do their worst. Honestly, not the worst. Not that many things can happen here. I think Deity Fan is kind of thinking right now if they want to just do the big skill, and that seems to be what is going on.
Anyways, so yeah, standard size. Any Lieben proc again because they didn't really have a lot of dice to work with, and you're right. That's a high damage help. But then again, it is Nahida that is being at play, right?
Yeah, Quicken already triggered as well, which is going to help a lot in the damage output. I would expect sort of MNEC to run out to a bit of a lead here at the start, and then hopefully with the Icy Quills and the Shenhe Burst, Annie can catch back up.
Right. So Annie in this round, a very, very not really a good start to be had right now, but they do have Live and Proc now, two more dice. Still kind of not a very good dice arrangement considering that Deity Fan has just about the same amount of electro dice. However, Annie does have a little bit more flexibility regarding the Omni dice right now. However, this is where the difference between Raiden and Yai is really showing, right? If Raiden actually had a good turn on the first round, Annie would actually start to like put a lot of pressure on Deity Fan. But without Raiden, they have to do so very slowly, and that's going to be a little bit,
Yeah. The dice aren't too great, but I think they can make it work here.
Yeah.
Um, we did see the Lee Su coming down, so we don't need that many cryo dice to get Shanna on board here. We're probably going to see the icy quills and then some tuning, because I do think the icy quills are pretty important. At the same
Yes.
time, it would be a lot of tuning you'd have to do. So there's a possibility we just see a normal attack into burst and forgo the icy quills until next round.
Perhaps. But things are still a bit iffy. It's still in the very beginnings. I just realized they do have the covenant right there. So Annie does have a the resident. God, I keep forgetting that name. And he does have like an emergency card in the back right now. We see the Ito dice, although nerf, still a very useful card to be had right now. It's not over yet, and there's an artifact set right there. I believe that's either the Tenacity or the Gamblers, one or
It's
the other.
gamblers on any side.
The twirly hair. Yeah, there it is. That's the twirly. Yeah, the twirly. There we go.
Yeah, you
Twirly
can
hair.
recognize gamblers pretty well with the red tie.
I see. Anyways, yeah, you are right. They're not gonna go immediately go for it. There we go. There's the burst.
And
However,
immediately send off.
send off. Even if there are
That's
so many
rough.
nerfs about, even with the great nerf of send off, that thing when it comes in handy, mother of mercy, it is coming handy.
Yeah, like I feel like Shona SC is pretty much single-handedly keeping send off in the meta because it's just such a devastating blow to Shona SC. Just because you take away the guaranteed superconduct at the end of the turn, you also take away the extra damage on cryo. So essentially, you're probably mitigating like 4 or 5 damage throughout the lifespan.
It's just a little, To be fair, they're both kind of neck and neck in how much they're fighting against each other. It's just Annie just had like one giant push and just that to be just gone. Not a really good feeling to be had right now. And now that we see Deity Fan can now go on the offensive because every part of like the huge threats are gone. Annie's on the ropes. If Annie can't recuperate from the situation, which unfortunately I don't really see. Oh, hello, look at those dice. I don't really see that really happening. This might be a very quick game one.
Yeah, I think one of the this is actually the situation that you really don't want to be in if you're playing the Guy Miko version, because if you had Raiden right now, you could switch over, try to build a Raiden burst, and then try to have Chongyun do something in the end game. Right now, it is going to take quite a while to really get damage potential back on the board.
Right. Yeah. This is the moment we see Nahida with the 2 energy right there. It's going to be very Jover. Annie's turn right now, you can definitely tell that Annie's really just kind of in a rough spot, so they have to think about it. The dice of cringe also just not helping. But we do have the Icy Quills activated once more. And now Deity Fan has overall lower health than Annie does right now. Wait, do they? Yes, they do. But still, again, they have a lot of bullets to consume. They have a lot of bullets at hand. Anything can go fire off, and it could be a fair game for all of us.
Yeah. Having this many cards in hand as well means you're never really under threat of getting bad dice. You have toss up as well, and you have like some really decent options as well with leave it to me, for example.
Right. Omen is produced for the situation, and now that triggers the very final things for all things to know from Nahida, and extra 3 damage overall. The team not really good. Miko really not looking good. It seems like Annie does not have any food or any defensive card in hand. So they kind of came into this fight thinking it's all or nothing. Okay, it seems like they're going to be setting up for the second burst, of course. Honestly, considering that how much energy Chongyun has and how much health Yai has, this is kind of technically the only not viable, but like the most contingency option. Put it that way.
Yeah.
However, Omen is just making it harder for that to become reality. And actually, at the end of this turn, if Annie doesn't switch out of Shenhe right now, Shenhe is going to be gone. Those turrets there, yeah, scary.
Yeah. Even
Big
right
threat.
now, like you're sort of under threat of an Adeptus Temptation. This is already a risky play. I think you kind of have to take the risks right now, but yeah, you gotta get on out of there. Is maybe even bluffing resonance dice here to force something out.
Right. Okay. Okay, switching to Yai Miko.
Wait, that is an Adeptus Temptation.
Yes, that is. It is an Adeptus.
Okay, yeah, then Shana is just gonna go down here. You can't switch to Yai because Yai's burst actually takes out Yai as well at that point, so you kind of have to go to Chongyun. Chongyun gets chunked, and this is oh, actually, it doesn't go for the Adeptus. I thought you'd need more, but that's just 5 damage straight up.
No, it had turret up. No, they had the turret up, so it was
Yeah.
going to happen. And now Annie's going to have to switch to a different character. However, they can't pull out Yai right now. They can't choose Yai because Chang'e has no agency whatsoever. So if they put Chang'e out, it will be mostly to protect Yai, but like Yai only has 2 health, and that's this is kind of like mostly in a very checkmate position. And it doesn't have a lot of research. They only have 1 Ito card at hand. It's not going to be enough.
He's going to take the switch to Chongyun. Lisu, because it gets procced. You also have Haven't Lost Yet in hand. So that's really like your comeback route here.
But
getting
even with that, though, it's hard
charged.
to work out. Right? Like look at Annie's dice. Annie's dice only has 2 pyro dice. They have to sacrifice a little bit more than that to work. Otherwise, they're just going to be stick with the normal and just say, good luck. All right, we're going to have to do this, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, they do have, like enough dice to do something now. They also, I think that's still a resonance dice in hand. You can Covenant, do another normal attack, and at that point, you're not actually looking that bad anymore.
Right. Okay, Annie has just, yep. Still waiting for Annie's almost out of time. Gamblers. A little risque, but it's fine. Annie will have to end her turn now, or we'll use Liben and declare. Oh, that actually makes sense. That actually makes a lot of sense. For all that it's worth, that's going to work out pretty well.
Yeah, obviously no woven dice in a rainbow deck on the other side, so you can kind of be sure that Deity Fan can't pull anything out here that will take down the Chongyun. Chongyun will survive on 2 HP here, and then you just hope you can maybe draw up Lotus and get something done next turn.
Right. It's still going to be fine. And the defense still hasn't moved their thing because maybe I was a little bit too pessimistic, as you might have noted. So they do have a chance, and he does have a chance. How much brutal would that be? It's still a bit of a question. One thing's for certain is that Deity Fan will have to end her turn now with the current situation. We'll just have to see how much is able to be done here. Superconduct. Ooh, that's scary, man. I don't know, dude. That's so scary.
Yeah, and that's not.
I think no.
That's not food.
Es no bueno. This ain't no bueno.
Yeah, I think the send off really set the tone for this game, and I feel like Annie hasn't really been able to recover since then.
Right. Annie, yeah. That send off was played at such a great time.
Strategize into
strategize, the true combo. I think that's a Sealy. No, that is a Sealy, and that is a Vanarana card. It seems like, there's not much can be done here. Maybe Annie was desperately looking for a defensive or food just to make the inevitable a little bit one step slower. Did not work out. That's it. Annie knew it. There we go. That is game 1. And both sides will not be able to use their respective teams again for this round of the majors. So they both still have been. I'm actually, with that said, I think I'm going to expect Bins to show up at round 2, like almost all the time. That's just gonna go. That's just gonna happen.
Yeah. I feel like any especially might want to just sort of reset their mind and just go like, okay, I'm just gonna throw in Bin. This is going to work, and then yeah,
this should work no matter what. What else
yeah.
could go wrong?
Any has does any have left? Yeah, any has Bin and the Sarah Monavedi deck left to play,
which is honestly, considering all the decks have been used, I do want to see how the Sarakuja deck is going to be surviving, especially with Venti at hand together. It's going to be a very fluid deck, that's for sure. But to see that on round 2, I highly doubt it. I think Annie has no choice but to actually use the Bin deck right here. Deity Fan just used their Mona deck, and their Overload is their Raiden Super Conduct deck is out of the way. So what their next option would be? They could just also again just use Bin here just to seal the deal.
Yeah,
even then, a Deity Fan still getting their first dub will put them in a very comfortable position. You know, they can go Bin, but they're gonna feel great using Bin going into it, right? That's the huge difference, and that makes all the difference.
Alrighty, we are into game number 2. I'm seeing a courtyard on the other side, so Sarah Monaventi is making their first appearance in the EU Major, as well as Bin on the other side. Yeah, going for the fancier deck here on any side.
I mean, I did predict Bin's gonna show up in this round, but I didn't expect Eugenia is to be the one to actually do that, right? Like, I thought Annie would be the one. If anyone had to use Bin like as a desperate measure, it would have to be Annie, but seems not the case. So they're gonna be working with Sarakujo and Venti, and I'm excited. I'm very excited. Very, very excited. The only problem right now is that like they don't have it's a swirl team, right? It's a very swirl team. Oh wait, sorry, I forgot Mona existed as well. Never mind, my worries are all dispensed out of the way. I think the biggest problem Eugenia or Data Fan will have to suffer through is the fear of elements being swirled around everywhere, and then taser, electric charge just spreading to the whole team. That's when it's going to get really scary for Data Fan. Even if Bin has a lot of shields to work with, right? It should claw up the defenses. It should cancel out all the defensive mechanism Data Fan had, so that on the start of the round, they'll just go in guns blazing.
Yeah. I think one of the things that makes the Sara deck pretty decent against Ito specifically is Ito wants to do a lot of early ramping, and it is somewhat difficult to really punish that because you don't need to be on Ito to ramp. So what Annie can do in response here is do their own ramps with all of the weapons and artifacts, get that sort of like get over that hump early on, and sort of compete with Deity Fan in terms of like the damage output later on.
Mm-hmm. And now Data Fan just throws down Ushi into the mix, and we'll switch out into Barbara very fast. And that's kind of like the standard deal here. Now let's see what Annie has on their dice right now. Well, we can't see anymore because Annie just used up all their dice. But they do have set up the necessary things to start the taser mayhem, and that's going to be quite fun.
Very interesting. Deity Fan not going for any sort of ramp right now. Is just going to get some summons out here, and is probably going to end turn here relatively soon.
Mm-hmm. For everything else, that's been, for all things considered, that's been a very productive round for both sides. And that's going to be interesting. Data fan puts down Liben. Usually, I would like to save Liben for like the very end, like when you're sure you're gonna get those things down the line. But if Data fan thinks like Eugenia would thinks that they can actually just charge prematurely here and then like collectively get it up to the double cards, and I think that's still fine as well.
Yeah. It's only gonna absorb, or it's actually gonna absorb no dice whatsoever here.
So pulling out on this turn makes even less sense, but it's how it be.
Yeah, I think they, just decided differently in the last point. I think an early Liben actually can do a lot of good if you have the artifacts and weapons, because they both need like white dice, so it's actually pretty difficult. Like 3 white dice for a bell, 3 white dice for the tenacity. So it's actually quite difficult to get the proper dice for it. But sadly hasn't even drawn into that yet, which makes me wonder why they decided to do that many actions and not really, like, they had a Leah Harbor War for card draw, and they really need to find those cards to get Ito online.
Right. And as well, right now seems like this is you have said this a while back, by the way. This deck that we're showcasing right now on SI, it is an incredibly, and I say it very lightly, by the way, but in actuality it's kind of crazy. The number of artifact cards that are in that deck is kind of insane. I'm actually very scared.
Yeah, is essentially like the reason for that is you need to draw a decent few of them at the start of the game. Like, the deck really relies on you being able to get the cost reduction from different cards like Courtyard on artifacts, by the fact that you've already played artifacts and weapons. So you need like multiple in your starting hand. In this case, we had the Gamblers as well as the 2 bows.
Right. One of the bows has gone into there, so it's fine. It's going to be rather funny fight. Like the Venti, it is very funny because Venti is still there. He's kind of just sitting there, just like playing his lyre right now, and just like and stuff like that. Annie has not made use of that just yet. And that the thing is, Eugenia or Data Fan right now currently has all of their cards smothered with some sort of aura. That Venti can come out of nowhere. It can just come out of no what. Just as I was saying, there it is. There comes Venti. There's the ancient courtyard, King Squire.
Yeah,
and I think that's it. Oh right, skill. There it is. That's what I was worried about. The swirl is really, really, really critical.
Yeah, and when it is lacking their healing right now to deal with it.
Right, and it's kind of funny because they do have a healing character, which is Barba, but I think they were a little focused a little too hard on the setup for both Noelle and Ito, that Barba just didn't shine enough to prevent a lot of like offset the damage. And if Eugenia can't find a way to actually turn both either Noelle or Ito to full height of damage, they're gonna have to work in a defensive manner, which is Barba somehow, some way.
Yeah. Once again, prioritizes Tenshukaku here. We'll get the draws from Lieben, but we're not going to see more draws. I don't know. Like,
you're confused.
I'm a bit worried that we're not going to see the right cards by the end of this game.
Mm-hmm. This is one of those situations with Ben, right? Like you can do so many good things, but when the cards really just don't work out for you, one thing is happening right now for both sides, that their cards on their deck is really just starting to like dwindle a little bit. Annie only has 8. No, sorry, that's not card count. That's dice count. My bad. I apologize for that mistake. That is a bit of an oopsie. Either way, Eugenia or Data Fan has 9 cards at their hand. That is a bit too much at this point. If they don't use any cards right now, they're going to start losing cards, and that could have been an amazing set of cards. Yeah, but I think these are really crazy.
Gain
Now
a
they're
bunch of
extra
shields.
tanky.
Yeah, I think like there's a decent amount of cards you can use this turn. You can do some ramping with Tenchukaku and Harbor Wharf, although that will draw you more cards actually. But you can even do some trickery with, for example, you can use Leave It to Me at the end of your turn, and it actually will stay till the next round.
Okay, so there seems to be more artifacts right now to play. They have a Gamblers, there's a Shiminawa, and there's the Hydro deck one up there, and the Lotus Guarantee. We have to say this every single time, but like this the amount of safety, the amount of relief a player feels when they see a Lotus in their hand, right? Like they may be like sweating bullets every time, and then all of a sudden, out from the heavens comes down the Lotus Crisps. And the player that was sweating bullets all of a sudden just goes, "Oh, thank God," because at least they have something to survive through. And Annie does have that card, though. And like that's not to say Annie right now has a huge positive situation, and Eugenia is kind of in a very rough situation. So they're gonna have to think very carefully about the situation. Annie is like sitting mighty pretty. And even if things get a little scummy down the line, they still have something to work with later down the line. And they're looking fine. They're fine. They're okay.
Yeah, we've not seen a good swirl in a bit now, so we're not actually having that much element applied. We are probably going to see an electro charge here at the end of the turn, as long as Deity Fan stays on Barbara. Actually, now that I think about it, that's probably not going to happen. But we might still see any jump over to Mona, get that burst ready, and that's really the problem right now. Like Mona having burst ready without being contested at all. Like Mona burst is one of the best ways to get an Ito out of position.
Right. It is a burst that scares everyone, right? Even if they don't hit Ito with it because they're like the opponent already knows it and they got it out of the way, that just means that it just means they're sacrificing another character for Ito. And at that point, you gotta think to yourself, was that worth it? I mean, Ito is like the powerhouse of the bin right now. And Noel with a secret sleeper right there. But like Noel's a secret sleeper, right? Like no one can argue with that. It's just, can you take care of it?
Yeah, I think Annie is just kind of calculating different lines here, maybe equipping an artifact or not. What do they want to use the dice for? I do presume we're going to see the elemental skill at the end of here, but we are going to see the artifact equipped. So we're going to get Restless Companion into elemental skill. And that is a guaranteed electro charge at the end of the turn, pretty much.
Right. Well, electro charge and then another appliance of the hydro. And again, this is where the fear's coming in again and again. Venti right there, just sitting mad pretty with the liars. If Annie was able to apply this much pressure onto Deity Fan's team with just Mona and Sara Kujasara, imagine what happens once Venti starts playing that liar to the full extreme. When the liar solo comes in, everyone in this room is gonna get scared. Well, only Eugenia is gonna be scared, and maybe Eugenia fans.
A liar will be scared.
The liar, fearful for everyone.
Yeah.
Yep, there it is. There's the mad pressure, and it's Barbara's not out of the woods yet. Deity Fan Eugenia is okay. We have a situation that could actually turn the tides around just a little bit. It'll definitely help out. Freedom, when in Freedom, actually just coming in, just popping into Eugenia's hand. Can try to make something out of it. Right now, though, Deity Fan Eugenia really needs to heal their deck. And it comes at a cost of Barbara Burst, it seems like.
Yeah, the Barbara Burst is definitely going to stem the bleeding here. But again, we're still not in the position where we can make Ito carry the game.
Ito really needs the uppies right now. Otherwise, Deity Fan has to change her strategy for Noel instead. But the one freedom.
Even so, like, even if you wanted to play Noel instead, Noel also needs the same equipment.
Right. but like it's just Noelle has a breastplate at hand and also has all the energy possibly needed for immediate start right now, and just got their health back. So Noelle, even if they do not have all the equipment needed, Noelle might be there. The plan B might have to be triggered right now, otherwise it might be too late.
Yeah. Lotus Lark is coming down to protect Barbara. It's just gonna let any switch over to Venti and get a nice big swirl off here.
Right, because even if Swirl doesn't, even if Venti's attack does not actually shred through the Lotus, swirling Hydra Aura is it's gonna be scary. I think that's what Swirl. I think, and honestly, I haven't been like open about the animal characters in this game, right? In GITCG, animal characters are scary in a way that, like, even if you put a lot of defensive capabilities on a single character, one swirl can just put threat onto the other characters that they try to protect with their frontliner, and that's scary. That's always a scary thing. And if it's like Sucrose, where they apply swirl every single time, that's a different sort of fear. Unfortunately, Sucrose is not super good in this game right now.
Any elemental application is like 1 potential damage, because most reactions do 2 damage when they happen. So, while on the one hand, Swirl, when it is applied, actually uses 1 less, it does 1 less damage in total than like an Electrocharge or a Superconduct. The fact that you get to apply 2 more elements actually makes it probably even more valuable than an Electrocharge or a Superconduct if you can land it.
Right, and Annie's in a very, very good position, because if you can see right now, Annie has all the bursts ready. Kujosara ready. And Mona ready. Venti ready. And even though Annie doesn't know it, but we know, the Eugenia has nothing, no cards to actually counter anything that has summon based from Annie. So they have to like just take everything by hand. Seems like they just used the Woven, and there's the burst coming in.
Yeah, I think you really want to keep Clara and Mona's burst right now, just because it's that good at taking down Ito. Right now, you're just very happy dealing a bunch of damage with like swirls and electrocharges, and then just sitting back and waiting until Datafan is forced onto Ito, and then you just unload.
Eugenia kind of is struggling right now. Noelle is about to be poof, nothing to help, and still no equipment. That's really like the biggest. If there's a big reason Eugenia will lose this round, even with Bin, it's going to be the card cringe. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm trying to say, right? The card cringe existing of all of us.
Like, this is honestly like probably even like there's a bit of psychological damage to Deity Fan, just because like you're just sitting there and like while you're still trying to do your best, you're just seeing this deck this game just float away because you're never in a position to actually win it.
Right. A deck like Bin, which once you set up can just get through all the comeback, come through with all the combat mechanic possible, even with Ito. When the equipment's just not there, when the pieces of Exodia is not there, it's quite Jover at that point. Really, it really is. There he goes. There's Venti's ult. Is force switching into Ito. If there's a time to, oh my god, it's a little too late for that though. It's a little too late.
Yes.
So is it? I actually have not checked. Is it Eugenia's turn first, or is it Annie's turn first on this round? Annie's turn.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's bad. That's really bad. That's going to be.
Sadly does not have doesn't have a quick swap. So honestly, like the easiest way I think to do right now is just jump over to Zara, drop the burst.
And then, that should be it.
With Thandori, is his skill enough? We'll see.
We'll see.
Definitely the quick swap though.
Into Mona.
Taking to Mona, interesting.
Interesting.
Um,
To be fair, well, actually, I don't agree. I don't know if I would agree with that, considering that.
I
Oh,
do.
right. Yeah. Okay. You know what? You know what? Me and my big
We'll
mouth,
take
dude.
that one.
I have a giant mouth, and sometimes there's a point where I'm like, maybe I should just like shut that, you know? And I think this is just one of those situations where I'm like, you know what? I should have just like kept my mouth shut. I look like
Yeah.
an idiot for like, well, not like a few seconds now. I felt like an idiot for like this whole round. Seems like.
Yeah. Maybe don't close your mouth, but just open it agape at like in awe
Mhm.
of what you're seeing here, being presented to you.
Right now, Eugenia has no choice but to actually turn to Noel. Um, 6 health of shield. That is a mighty spicy. And now we have a fast action to go to Sorry. Is
Yeah.
that going to be enough? Because we do have Mona's burst already, and there's going to be an electro charge at the same time. Reaction damage, double damage on the burst. Is that enough? Like they applied so much. Best's companion coming in, and here comes the burst. Will that be enough?
I think it's quite 8.
Oh my god, it is just enough.
Yeah, it's
However,
6.
yeah. However, it's kind of copium a little bit. Even if her turn ends right now, the summons are going to take care of everything unless they would decide to use send off. Are they going to use send off right now?
I mean, on the one hand, I feel like they have to. On the other hand, like, is it really going to save your game if you do it now? I am
going
very
offensive
skeptical
with
at this
Noel
point.
going to win the game though, right? Like, you know,
Nothing is going to win the game, honestly.
Yeah. I think Annie actually did a no you to Eugenia and literally mirrored back the feeling, the sentiment, the embarrassment that they faced like fighting against Eugenia in round 1. Whatever they faced, the humiliation and the annoyance, Eugenia is definitely feeling it now.
I think one of the problems right now is the fact, like, you could feasibly see a comeback happen if if there was another Geo Resonance left, but there really isn't. So there's really not like the ability to put up enough shields to, even if you send off, go to the next round, and then get a Lotus Crisp, like you're probably still gonna get like out damage raised.
So Noel just did their burst, and wait, it's not over yet. Finally got in. Okay, and interesting scenario. They have one shield, and there's the send off. There we go. Decides to send off the Kujasara's burst, which, considering everything, I can see why that's the case. However, yeah, no, never mind. No, that might have been the best choice whatsoever, because if they actually took down Venti's burst instead, that means Noel will be having applied the Electro Aura and Venti's the on field currently, and that's just going to be the sealed deal. So they might have delayed one action. Is that going to be enough? Probably not.
Yeah, we are going to see the the Venti burst break the shield here, but not quite take it down, and do the force switch onto Barbara.
Right.
And there we finally have the tenacity.
Excuse me, I feel like that's coming down a little too late, if you don't mind me saying that. They are not having a good time, I will tell you that much.
Like before this game, I was talking about like how the Saramona deck was really like reliant on how's it called, on a great draw and like getting the right combination of cards. You sometimes forget that also applies to Bin. You just remember every time they just had all the cards.
Yo, pizza here. Pizza breastplate, just to make sure they get that little slightly bit. Like I have to applaud Eugenia right now. They're doing everything in their power just to make sure Noel just doesn't go poof. Tandoor chicken.
And there, Noel goes poof.
Yep, just about it.
Instant surrender.
I've never never seen a surrender hit that fast. I think that was like a frame one reaction. I don't want look. No offense to Eugenia, but again, I've never seen a surrender hit that fast.
Yeah, I think they were just like, and they knew exactly like what their like tiny sliver of remaining win condition was, and it's like, yeah, that wasn't part of that
Yeah,
scenario,
bro.
was it now?
I think the forfeit button was actually just on like the cursor was on the forfeit button immediately the moment they saw tandoori chicken. They're like, yep, okay,
Mm.
that's fair. Yep. And that leaves us with Annie. Well, Annie has the upper hand right now, unless Annie gets the bottom deck card scenario, just like Eugenia did. To be fair, Eugenia had a lot of reasons to win that round, but like the luck is such a good factor. This is probably going to be like one of those case studies where luck really just made the run, and Eugenia not being able to pull out tenacity of Millilith or any weapon, that's just pain at its finest degree. And
Yeah.
and
Like,
right now
it
Eugenia
is
doesn't
all about
have
like
it.
recurrable shields, and that was just not happening.
Right.
Looking at the game 3 matchup, obviously we know that Annie is left on bin, and on the other side, I kind of forget. Okay, Agent EC is probably the last deck as far as I remember.
Right.
On the
Yeah,
defense side.
I'm fairly certain it's EC. Even then, yikes, that's no, it's bins. As long as Annie gets either the artifact or the weapon like very very fast, like that, it's kind of GG's at that point, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
so
Like,
so now Eugenia has felt the humiliation, the annoyance that Annie felt on round one. This time, who's gonna be the one feeling that, right? Like this feeling, the feeling of annoyance is like still lingering around these two players. They're both frustrated. They're both annoyed that their rounds that they thought they sure had a plan to win, just failing at the seams because of luck. What would round three be like? I feel like both players are just like, they had their taste of the medicine. I've had my taste of the medicine. We're both kind of are they both angry at each other, or are they just like, you know what? All right, let's do a clean slate. Everything is 1-1, good to go. This battle decides it all. Got to keep it calm.
I feel like, Annie did have a relatively chill last game. Got to play like one of the more complicated decks in a very low pressure scenario overall.
Right.
And meanwhile, Dietefan just was pretty. I can only presume was pretty annoyed with the situation. So I feel like in terms of like, psychological advantage, and he probably is coming in a bit more calm into this game, especially because the moment that Deity Fan sees me just equip Bell and Tenacity turn 1, it's just, you just tilt off the face of the earth, honestly.
Right. And well, it seems like they're still preparing for their next steps right now. Oh, as
Here
soon as
we
I
go.
say that, you know me and my
And
timings.
we already see the bell.
Oh. Well, what do we have here?
Looky here.
However,
So, yeah,
if you look
it's,
up there as well, they have a starlight there. Star glitter.
Star sign,
That's
yeah.
the star sign. Oh my god, what is wrong with me today? And I
Um,
see Cathedral. Oh, Cathedral has been switched out.
honestly, though, what a hand to start off against this deck. You have Send Off against an EC deck. You have the
deck,
Bell.
yep.
You have Lieben for ramp. Like, this almost not really a way you can ask for a better start turn 1.
Listen, to be fair, Eugenia is not having a bad day either with their card set right now. They can do a lot of things together, but just just works out. So yeah, okay. So Annie and Datafan are like kind of reversed right now. Annie is now on the bottom and Datafan is now on the top. So we have to like remember that in our heads real quick. Now that we have But aside from that, it should still be fine. Um, as usual for two with the two barrier because of the little bit of a stealth going on right here. This time Annie's deck position is a little different. I know deck positioning is a thing, and right now putting Barbara on the far left side is kind of incredible. Okay, now we're switching to the opponent. Yeah, they switch back. Okay, now we have to make sure that Annie's on the top now. There goes the bell. So it just Annie literally just sent a sign to Eugenia just saying, "Hey man, I have the bell, man. What are you gonna do about it?" And honestly, if Eugenia is like, I don't know them personally, but if Eugenia was kind of like angry about their luck from last round, seeing that bell probably might send them a little bit fuming, you know?
Yeah. Any kind of sitting here right now, press on the bell. Does a normal attack to stall a bit, I think, because they want to see what Deity Fan puts down. If we're gonna see like the big skill, in which case we might see a send off right there, or if you're just gonna, use Vanarana here to transfer your dice. Gonna see a small summon, and I think you're just gonna put down Lieben here.
Yep.
I actually like when you can't feed Lieben completely. I kind of like sometimes to put down Vanarana first.
I can see the point in that, but like it's honestly, Annie might be just feeling like pretty good after knowing that they just got all the things they kind of sort of need to just start it off. That's a really good start for Annie more than anything. So there goes the cathedral. So now Eugenia has their default strategy coming into like set in motion right now. The question now is, it really comes down to how's that E coming along, you know? It's like they're building it up, and Annie's just like that dad from the meme, and Ito's like just
double
wearing the
send-off.
belt. Oh my lord! And that's it's out. It's not over yet. It's also there. Like that's going to come in massively handy, just in case. But I don't know when that's going to happen, especially when Barbara's there. There's the Ushi. So Ito's kind of getting all the food, you know. Ito's kind of eating mad good right now.
Yeah, not really the best tools to pressure right now on the defense side. So Ito is relatively safely building burst here, and at that point, once you have the burst ready, I think you might just switch off, do some stalling, make sure you don't fall too far behind, and then properly pop off next turn or the turn after, depending on like if you draw tenacity. I think you might just equip that and wait one more turn just to have enough dice.
Annie realizing that Annie moves into Barbara, which is not a bad idea, honestly. They get most of the things they need to do with Ito, so they can just sit back and relax just a little bit more. And if just in case, because you also need emergency healing just in case, so I think that's why they put Barbara up there.
Yeah.
Which
I
is
think you
solid.
might just send off Oz here, honestly, and just tank all the Hydro application.
Or Vanarana. I think send-off's a little too late to actually send off Oz right now. I think it's just fine. Yeah, I think it's just fine for Barbara to just tank all that, because you have a barrier, you have a shield. It's going to put Barbara in like half health, and maybe just a little lower than that. I think half health is just about right.
Actually, George is probably not gonna. Actually, no, George is going to proc because we have Ushi coming out first. Yeah.
Yeah. But I think it's fine. Like putting into Barbara would still be an okay situation. Okay, there it is. 1, 2. Yeah, I was right. Just about half. Well, actually, just a little lower. Never mind. I was wrong. Me and my big mouth. You know what to say. Whoa, that's another Laban. Whoa, that's a joke. That's a joke resonation. Okay. Yeah, no. Remember when we said that Annie's eating good? Yeah, Annie's eating good. Like actual good. Like real good right now.
Yeah, and one of the problems you kind of have in the AGDC deck is you don't have Pyro Resonance in that deck, so Agent's Burst, as much damage as it can do sometimes, is not as strong as it would be in, let's say, Cleave Vaporize.
Are you seeing that dice
I
count right now?
oh yeah, the dice count. Yeah, fair enough.
All right, let the show begin. Has started in. Date event really needs to set up another official right now. And that's going to be a good idea. The problem is the moment. Oh, the dice. Oh no, Date event just got a dice of cringe. I mean, you can use those pirate dice for Fatui, but right now that's not what they want. Oh, okay, so that's their plan. Anyways, Barbara's really low, but send off is right there. If they send off Oz right there, Data fans, Eugenia's big plans to actually come motion to turn this tide back around is kind of gone. So just in the well, just simply that. Oh,
Yeah,
are they just baiting? Are they baiting you? I think they're baiting Eugenia out official, then send off, because that will be another action for them to waste time on.
yeah. Overall, we're just switch stalling right now. Probably trying to get run the 80 fan out of dice, and then get to do a bunch on Ito.
Yeah,
Can I use
just do a
Geo
little.
Resonance here?
We do a little bit of surprises. Okay. Fatui losing one value of barrier. However, it doesn't really care. They reset it. Yeah, it really comes to the battle of like who can last through longest.
Yeah.
So right now, the stall, in terms of stall, they technically speaking, Eugenia actually won that stall. The thing is, Annie has a lot of chance to make it back regardless. But how they're gonna make it back, that is a question and a half.
Yeah. One of the problems right now
it.
is you'd want to switch to Ito, but he has an Electro Aura right now, and you can just get overloaded out of Ito. So, and wanting to burst is obviously not possible if you have to switch twice here. It's just going to decide on the send off now, which means we're not going to see much more reactions this turn.
Pizza on Ito. They really want to make sure that Ito is healthy, alive, not harmed. Right now, if any gets tenacity of Millilith, that's going to be like the beginning of really pain. A lot of pain is going to happen when this happens. The phase has ended. Now everything's going to be calculated one by one. There we go. One. So right now, Datafan has to reset the summons once more. They have their own send-off. So this is the fight of the send-offs. However, Eugenia will lose more than Annie will. Annie will lose maybe like, I don't know, another Barber Ring, maybe Ushi if they send out another Ushi. But the biggest thing for Annie, for Eugenia, is that if they lose Oz again, that's going to be very devastating.
Yeah, I think one of the big things right now in Data Fan's Corner, though, is just the amount of energy that has been built. These are all big bursts. Like, I feel like Agent EC is to some extent the rebirth of like the classic MMEC with Mirror Maiden, because all of these bursts just do a crap load of damage. And weathering that storm with Ito, especially because obviously Deity Fan doesn't know, but Annie doesn't have another Geo Resonance in hand, will actually be somewhat difficult. There's also no tenacity so far, so really surviving these bursts back to back to back might just break their neck.
Right. Meanwhile, Eugenia is at a turn. We'll switch to official instead because they don't really want to use Barbara is like the least of their concerns. If Barbara if Barbara gets lost here, I think Datafan knows that they might have it's not over yet, and that is just everything that Ito kind of needs. Well, apart from the tenacity of Millilith, but you know what I'm trying to say here.
How to book the Mirror City as well for Deity Fan, that's gonna provide a lot of free actions as well.
So now it's just like the matter of how it's gonna take in. There we go.
Here's the switch to Ito.
Yeah,
I
here
think
comes Ito.
this is the time where you're gonna try to start your pop off.
Right. Look at all that. Look at how much visual clutter is on. Look at all the visual clutter in Ito. Fellas, if your Ito does not look like that with all the visual clutters, just like a modern game UI kind of stuff, like you ain't playing Ito right. That's all I'm gonna say. You ain't playing Ito. You know what? You don't have like 4 different icons and maybe a little sparkly things and maybe a little border around your character. You're not playing Ito right if that's the case. Right
Yeah,
now,
I'm
this is
just
what you see.
imagining.
Andy's.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm just imagining Ito right now with like double sunglasses and the grills and.
Ito's just like have too many things. Why can't I hold all these buffs? Seriously though, I'm serious. This Ito right now legitimately looks like they're playing a modern game. It sounds like they're playing a Modern Warfare game. You see all their perks being activated at the same time. What is wrong with me and my brain? Seriously. Oh, they decided not to use Oz and actually move into Oceanit. They probably because of all the things, because of all the Omnia and Hydra dice they can use, which is fine.
Yeah. They can do. They could do a big scale here right now and just get all the summons back online. The other option is a small scale and just threaten the burst here.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, okay. Now Eugenia is really trying to pull into the more defensive stance right now. Everything is going up real defensive mode. Annie could have tried to go for Liban, but the dice count right now shown here is kind of unfortunate regarding that. All we know is that Ito's coming to do something. Ito's going to do something right now, and he's going to be scary. Tenshinkaku is in play now, and that would be the end of their round. Oh, Annie ended the round first. Oh, I didn't realize that. That's actually going to be massive good for Annie still. Imagine all the pain the other side has to go through now. Ito's going to start.
Yeah.
Ito's going to be the one who's starting the whole interaction, and that's going to be scary.
Yeah. Also, we're gonna see the cleanse come in here, which is pretty nice as well. Means we're not gonna see more reactions.
Right. Okay. Here comes all the calculations. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's fine. It's not the end of the world.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. One more. Oh, right. George doesn't activate because it hasn't really done anything much yet. There's the Tubby engine. A little too late for it. Well, they can still make a lot of good use out of the Tubby engine right now, but it came out just slightly, just a little slightly late. It's like a late guy. There's like a party going on. The guy came in a little too late, but they brought chips, so like it's all good.
Well, the problem is Tubby's actually the host of the party, so no one really knew what was going on. No one knew where he got the alcohol.
It's the guy who makes the plans for a night out, but then actually the one that doesn't show up. So the friend group is like, you know what? It's fine. We can just enjoy the party.
Wait, isn't the reservation in their name? What bus do we need to take? What's going on here?
Oh no, Ito lost all of their buffs. Now they're not playing Modern Warfare. They're playing back to actual Genshin Impact. Anyways,
alrighty. So much for that. We're
yes, yeah.
Kind
it
of
was all hype.
This is a Mexican standoff right now. Honestly, like both of these people have got like massive stuff locked and loaded, and nobody really wants to pull the trigger first.
Right, yeah. So they're stalling with Barba. At this point, everyone's in a very good position. Barba just doesn't really care at this point. However, if they do get a burst off of Barba, that's going to be hilarious.
Thing is, like, it doesn't even gain you that much right now.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Like, so right now, what's going to happen? Right, seems I think they do have Oz open right now. Ooh, actually, this is scary. Actually, hold on a second. Annie's not in a good spot. They all have burst. Eugenia all have burst. So they have to try to seal the deal right now, otherwise it's over. That's it. No, so it's gonna be Jover if Annie actually can't fight against this moment. There's
Alrighty.
another attack. Really don't want to use all the good stuff right now. Just want to stall with Barbara. Eugenia right now, however, has to do something about this. Otherwise, Barbara can just do a burst and everything is looking up shape Millhouse.
Long, hard think for for anybody. Like right now, I think there's so many lines to calculate just because everyone has their bursts. So like you just have so many options. You have like a full hand of everything. I don't know. Like I wouldn't know what to do at this point. And
Burst
honestly, this is probably the easiest thing to do. Just use one of the bursts, deal a bunch of damage.
might have been just the Occam's razor. Sometimes the simplest answer is the solution at that point.
Yeah.
The question right now is like, do you have It's Not Over Yet? But like, everyone's kind of decked out. We'll go straight for the burst. Gets the stuffed in. Now we have the barrier.
Yeah. So now we're trying to figure out how to take out Anito. Problem right now is you don't really have a way to use one of the bursts on the other two people, so you might need to just kind of end turn here. You still have a send off, so maybe use that or find another. I don't think there's really another way to dice transfer. So it might be the best time to do so.
I don't think sending off the Barbara thing might be worth it right now. Well, actually, no, there is nothing other. I said Ushi. Never mind what I said. Transfers into Rodea, can't do much about it, so I think that might be the end of turn for them.
Yeah, and he's also pretty much done. This still has technically Covenant of Rock, which actually does give you another attack. It is not enough though to take out Rodea, and on the clapback, you then kind of have to stay on Ito, as well as tank the burst at the start of next turn because you're not dealing 7 damage right now, as far as I can tell at least.
I think it's not over yet. It's a rough choice, a very rough choice.
Yeah, ends round first. I think that's probably the correct choice here.
Not losing the opportunity to use It's Not Over Yet is kind of cringe, but can't do much about that right now. However, the problem is right after when all the George, the summons are just gonna start attacking. So what's going to happen now? We're still waiting on the response from Eugenia. However, with only 2 dice, nothing's gonna happen.
Yeah, you could play Tubby into Cathedral here.
Perhaps.
I presume Tubby is going to come down. The question is it going to be the Cathedral or Harbor? Oh, just plays Cathedral outright. That's interesting. I think they might just want to keep slots because you're filling up everything if you use Tubby right here.
Right. And now Rodea's back in square one. They have to do something about that.
Yeah, I mean, Oz still counts for the burst.
Oh, that's White and Freedom right there. Okay, both are not looking good. I can tell you right now, both are not in a very good position.
Yeah. Ito got pretty low. Still no tenacity as well, so that's kind of a problem. You also don't have food, so I think you might just need to switch off here because Ito is just dead to a Rodea burst right now.
Okay. Yeah, this is going to be this is scary for everyone here.
Rodea's burst should do 5 damage right now, as far as I can tell.
Right.
Let me just quickly check the base damage one more time.
This is this is scary for everyone here. The moment,
Base 2, so it's 4 actually.
yeah, it's gonna be enough unless they Ushi right now, which they do.
Mhm.
Still, this is a very scary moment.
Yeah. Also gains the 1 shield from the bell.
Their choice right now is well,
Adeptus
if that's
Burst.
in there, that's
I
enough.
did not realize that. Like so many cards, Jesus.
Mhm.
Yep, that's going to be Ito down, just about.
Annie has to make up for that with Noel, which they can actually do that right now. It is within the possibility. It is within the plausibility of it, but they have to use the Ito card right now. That's it. Yeah, no, Annie does have cards that work with Noel. It's just how much can you do it with that? With this one, it's going to
Yeah,
be
especially
rough.
because there's a Hydra application, and Agent is just waiting in the wings here.
Right. Oh wait, you can only use once. So the second is not over yet. It's going to have to be used like manually instead. This is rough. This is rough for Annie. Eugenia stalling for everything definitely paid off.
Mm-hmm. This is the 4th seed versus 5th seed matchup, so DDFN could find the tiniest upset here and inherit the seed. Would have to go up against the winner of Kevin Z versus Pudge next round.
Right. This is rather rough. Yeah, really looking not good for Annie. How they're gonna get out of this, I really don't know. Like, they have 2 opportunities. They have 2 chances. One in Freedom can help out, and also they have the burst, they have the bell, and they have the rock ready, and they have another send off just in case another Osmo comes in. But it's still a huge tall order, especially the dice not helping. Breastplate coming for the extra shield. That sounds about right.
Yes, just trying to survive the turn here.
They're just desperately trying to survive. To much of to much of Annie's relief, Datafan doesn't have a lot of really good dice lists right now. They can do something about it, but they have to start sacrificing the cards, which actually it's incredibly plausible.
You've got 9 cards here. You're
You have
not,
9
you're not
cards.
fearing.
You're not going to need all of them.
There is not a a free switch there, because otherwise I think one of those cards is actually another Adeptus, so that might actually even be enough, but not possible right now because you need to switch and do everything. Yep, that is an Adeptus.
Oh my god. Man's having a buffet down there. And seriously, Eugenia, like they have a whole they literally just set up a leeway buffet. That's it. The tune send off. Summon one more. It's not George. Still good. Healed off out of it. Uh-oh, not looking good. Very not looking good.
Yeah, especially because this is going to mean that Noel will keep the Hydra Aura through the end phase. Which means like
get back to this?
I think one of the things that's funny is you can actually stay on Ocean until Noel takes it down, and then you just take the free switch to Agent.
Ooh, yeah. Very scary. Well, it comes down to these dice rolls right now, and Eugenia has a pretty decent dice roll. As soon as I say that, they just roll all of that into oblivion. They can pull off another thing right there. Annie has 10 dice, has a lot to work with, good amount of dice to work with. Oz is gone, so Eugenia might want to bring another Oz, or actually just play with Fatui because the vape is available. Tenacity coming a little too late.
Yeah, I think one of the things you can actually do easily here is go to Facial and just make her as a sacrifice to get the free switch onto Agent without like any danger.
Right. The question now is it more worth it to use a Gamblers or Tenacity Miller? Well, she's the only one alive, so it might be both are fine. Both have a point to use. It's just what's going to be the poison being used here.
Yeah, I think you might actually. There's a possibility you just wait for the opportunity to take a kill, equip Gamblers, and then immediately unequip it to use Millith for the next turn.
Maybe.
It's still like +1 dice if you use it.
Instead, Tenacity Millith gets put on immediately. Breastplate again for the defensive capabilities, which makes sense. Bell gets activated, so 3 hit points of just nothing. Fatui
Okay,
comes
we're getting
in.
serious.
Yeah, the burst is coming in. The burst is gonna come in, but oh, they can do a simple. Oh, okay, no, this could be it. Blade work gets rid of stealth. However, that doesn't mean much considering that they can just stealth one more time immediately.
I think you just let it disperse.
Or
Yeah, I think that's enough actually. Is that 10 damage? That's probably that is
Yeah,
5
that
plus
is
2 plus
10.
3. That is
Yeah,
10 damage.
no 7, but that should
Well,
be it.
through the shield,
Unfortunately
it's
for
10.
yeah. Oh, that's true. 10 damage through shield.
GG's.
7. That's it. That was just enough too. Unfortunately, Annie will take the L on this fight. And that is the first round of the major. That took rather long.
Yeah.
It was a big, huge battle of the wits, but that was a rather long fight. Unfortunately for Annie, for the first appearance in the major, they're gonna have to be sent back packing, not empty-handed. Thankfully, we do have a blessing of the welcome moon. So they're not leaving empty-handed, which is just fine. But unfortunately, they will not be granted the glory of winning the whole major. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Anyways.
That is going to mean, though, Deity Fan is moving on to the semifinals, where, as I've just seen, they will be facing off against Kevin Z, who, okay, the bracket is not up to date, actually. But yeah, Kevin Z did take down Pudge, and yeah, we'll be waiting in the semifinals. Tough
Very tough
battle. Yeah.
Very tough battle. Well, I can't do much about that. It's fine. A maid with cleaning duties just couldn't fulfill her duty, which actually sounds very sad to say so, but it's fine. I think the next people we're gonna be watching.
You will never be a knight.
Oh no! Oh, doesn't that mean you'll only be a maid? Anyways, we will. I think after this we'll be fighting. We'll be watching the QTV versus Eliandro. However, I think because there's going to be a little bit of preparations. I think we're going to go for a real small break and then come back after that.
Yep,
That being said, we'll see you then. And welcome back. Round one is over, and now we're going to our second match going right now. But it's going to be Deity versus Iliandro.
Yep, quarterfinal number 3, as far as I can tell in the bracket. But it is the last one that's going to be played. Yep, it's going to be Deity versus Iliandro. Deity might show up with the QTV tag, but that's going to be him.
Yep. So for us, on another side, we're looking at the other things right now. So we have results from other matches that has been not streamed currently, and as we have said before, Kevin Z has beaten Pudge 5 POS, and on the other side, Erichi has lost their game against Yukimu. So
that's a huge upset.
Which is,
that is, I think, second versus 7th seed there.
Oh, well, that's kind of interesting. Well, Yukimu came out glorious. Erichi is the one that was capping. They actually did indeed lose. And they will be sent home packing again with a welcome moon with their hands, so they don't feel too lonely with that.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
their loss is not.
They did say they don't lose. They either win or they learn. I guess they did a whole bunch of learning today.
No, there was going to be a lot of educational content coming out of Arichi sometime soon. And despite all that, they all had very good games. And now we have Deity versus Iliandro. And sorry, can we just like zoom in? So this is the first band coming up. We just took a glimpse at it. I think I saw Chi Chi.
I don't think I saw a TCG. I think
I,
there
I,
was.
hmm.
Okay,
It's
been in Mona
been
Vape.
a mono
There,
vape. Can we just like look at Eliandra's pay like
somebody been
card,
playing Mona
please?
Vape?
Though I don't know, but though seriously though, I kind of do want to see Eliandra's profile picture really in massive detail, if you will. Yes, there we go. I love that so much.
Oh yeah, we
Who
actually do have a Mona Vape. I didn't realize.
who would have thought fusing Will Smith's face with Shrek was a good idea? Sorry, this is too much.
Apparently, Leandro found it hilarious.
I'm talking because it is. It is hilarious. Look at all that.
All right, Leandro telling us, "Good luck to me." You probably didn't know about me before at this moment. You are wrong. I have seen you in the weekly streams at some point. I don't remember exactly when, but I think you've been around.
Okay, so Iliandro has seen. So, we're looking through the bands right now. Iliandro just lost their Klee Vape team.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Deity has lost the Bin team, which is honestly
Yeah.
pretty decent choice because Bin right now we've been known has well actually no one was one with Bin right now for at least for the one we actually seen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think one of the things that is interesting is we're getting Power Resonance deck banned. I think to some extent, one of the things that draws people to ban Power Resonance decks is just how high variance it can be. All right, we got the RXN ban and the Shenhe SC ban.
Mhm.
How high variance Power Resonance can be, and just how much you can just get caught off guard in an unlucky situation. It is essentially saying I don't want to get beaten by luck to some extent.
Right.
Alrighty, so taking a look at Deity in terms of the decks that are left, we do have so Bin and Chenha SC were banned out. In which case we have Chicken Quicken left, Agent EC, and Overload.
Very interesting picks.
Yeah, and on Iliandro's sides, we did get the RXN ban, as well as the Mona Vape ban. So what's left is Bin, Shenhe SC with Eula instead of Chongyin. That's going to be interesting. As well as also Chicken Quicken. That's going to be interesting.
Chicken Quicken is going to be the most interesting one right here. But it
I'm
seems like
actually,
Ben's still in play too.
I'm actually really interested to see how Eula performs in Chongyun's place in Shenhe SC.
Hmm. But can I just say, like, how excited I'm always to see like Tighnari and the chicken. Those two
Oh
things
yeah,
always nice to see. I love it. I love it when that happens. It's my favorite. Anyways, it seems like they've gone through most of the band. Sorry, I'm gonna need a little bit of like warning lights when we go into Leandro's screenplay. Thank you very much. Yeah, awesome. Thank you. Thank you, you guys. Ileandra, I don't know if you're watching the stream with us, but like you have no idea how much this blesses me to see your profile picture at this point. Anyways, bans have been happening, so the bans are done. So they're setting up for the first game right now in their round. I'm very excited to see what's going to happen. I really hope to see Super Conduct Eula like as soon as possible. Give me that. I want that. I want that right now.
yeah. I think it might actually be a decent leap matchup because you essentially really don't know what you're up against. And Shenhe SC kind of does their own thing most of the time.
Right, right. Anyways, while we're still waiting, I think we need to bring this corner back. You and I have always done this, Louis. But what's your drink? What is your drink of
Uh,
today?
I
Sorry.
am rocking the beautiful booster exotic.
Unfortunately, I do not have the webcam to turn on right now, but I will tell you, was having tea for a while, and then I've switched into white hot chocolate. Um,
That sounds great.
yeah,
I can't afford that right
so
now because I would probably fall asleep.
oh, I don't. Well, it's very sugary. It's gonna keep me awake if anything. What if I'm if the game goes longer than that, the gamer subs comes in, and that's when the real energy kicks in. You're gonna see me every time. Okay.
Yeah, I'm probably
Anyways,
gonna
it's
order food after this, but up until then, I will probably not have any food.
oh yes. Um. By the way, I want to make a little real quick shout out to the Russian community. Seems like there's a lot of Russian speaking community right now in the Twitch chat right now, and I've seen how enthusiastic they were, how very interested, how very in the game they were. The Russian speaking community is really just, from the way I look at things, they're really looking amazing. They're so active, and I would like to thank them one more time, um, for their to show some compassion with the GITCG and cheering on for for the players they know and the same community. It's just insane, man.
Yeah,
It's so insane.
I'm to some extent like wondering, like, do they care what we say?
Well, okay, I would be careful, and just don't offend
Like
anyone.
I do assume that most of them probably do know a decent bit of English. It's just like, you know,
I mean, it's their
sometimes
element.
it is like,
They're
when you
in
have
their
like a
element.
tight-knit community, you might not really care much what other people say about it anymore.
Whatever. No, I won't go that far. Anyways, all I do want to say is thank them one more time. All the Russian speaking communities. Very nice to see all the support coming up from them. Seems like they're still undergoing a little bit of preparation. Seems like they're going having a little bit of error right now. Yeah, we're just waiting. We're just waiting for one last player to just actually join in the party, and we'll be a-okay. And again, this white chocolate is going to be a little bit of a saving grace for me. I'm pretty sure it's like well beyond the expiration date, but we're fine. I'm not gonna die. Anyways, so we do have a starting hand right now. We do have the rock, and honestly, considering everything, that's a pretty good starting hand to just pick out from.
I don't really know who it is for right now. I could see this being Pyro Kaching, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
In which case, I think that might be a decent starting hand.
Well, they
Uh,
traded off for Lotus and Gamblers. Gamblers is gonna be nice to have at some
yeah,
point.
it is Pyro Kaching. So yeah, gonna be trying to apply some early pressure. Hasn't found the Pyro Resonance yet, so that's gonna have to wait for a bit.
But now the opposite side is Bin, so thankfully, well, actually, that's no, oh, no, 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 no. I saw the tenacity of the Millith there. I missed that real quick. So tenacity of the Millith is already on the play, so that's going to be mighty scary.
Oh yeah,
Two
that
pizzas
that was
though.
really the missing ingredient on the any other games.
Yeah, right now, the bin player does have the Papa John's open with the two pizzas ready at hand.
Yeah, like Bell is good to have. Tenacity is just like so much value throughout the game. Like you gain 2 shields per round plus a dice per round if as long as you stay on the like RN essentially.
All right, now we have confirmed that it is Dady on the bottom and Iliandro on the top. So Iliandro has started with the bin team, which is, I guess, they really wanted to take the first win. At this point, I know again bin can be controlled either way on how their pull luck is, but knowing bin, if anyone uses bin on the first round, they just really want to take that first dub and take that mentality towards them.
Yeah.
Tough kill to climb after that, but it's still fine. It seems like Kaching, yeah. So it seems like they started out with a simple Kaching skill, and that hairpin is going to stay in the deck. It can be used for free infuse, but most likely going to be for chasing.
Yeah, I think right now what we're looking at is switch to Bennett, build that burst, and really what Deity is going to be looking for is building that burst throughout second turn, and then really pouncing turn 3 before Ito can really like get fully online. Because usually, the point where Ito starts really popping off is turn 4, when you have all the setup done, when you have your energy built, and then you really start firing.
Well, the first piece of Exodia has been acquired for Eliandro, and it's like one of the more important pieces for survivability. Tenacity Mill, that's going to be a very huge hindrance for Deity to actually press through, especially when Barbara's still there. You know,
Yeah.
it's just insurance. It's just a little bit of an extra health insurance they have at their hands. It's going to be great. I love it.
Very interesting. Leandro opting for another normal attack here. It's going to give him more energy, of course, but that is going to mean that Lieben is gonna stay unfed here, and there's not much draw power here on Leandro's side other than that. So, that's gonna have to wait for a while.
Mm-hmm. That's going to be fine. Ito is already Ushi is already going to be gone, so that's going to be hand. Bennett, seriously, Bennett's going to start rather just like very low, and I'm very scared. I'm very scared. Are you scared? Be scared with me.
Well, as long as you can get the burst out, I think you're not too scared. At the same time, Leandro is really. Oh yeah, that actually makes sense.
Okay, that makes sense.
I'm blind. I'm blind. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Like actually, we have a lot of the descent skills, and those cards just not being played until now. Call me weird, but I think that's weird. It's kind of crazy that we have not had that moment the whole time. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What is Iliandra gonna do now? Are they gonna do one extra thing, or are they just gonna end it? Because they're gonna switch to Barbara and then end it, which is fine.
Just going to
safety.
Tank here at the start of next turn. Don't really want that to be done on Ito because there just isn't the healing right now nor the draw power, so you just kind of want to tank on other characters right now. That's good dice, though.
Yeah, very good dice. Reroll, not so much, but it's fine.
Yeah, I think you just normal attack into burst here. Is probably the play.
Normal attack into burst. Well, it doesn't have. They don't really have the talent card right now, so I think they just went for the burst. As soon as I say that, no, that's not. That's still not.
That's the high resonance. Yeah.
I would like to see that deck for the overload, if no mind. Anyways, Ito is in play. The question now, well, actually, Deity really needs to use the cards right now. Otherwise, it's going to be very, very fluid.
I think you're still burst here, and perhaps use the stiletto after.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, it's going to be rather great. So Deity has a lot of options, actually. Surprisingly, Deity does have a good number of options. However, the option that Deity really wants currently is not there. And that's going to be a little bit of a problem. Ito is in there, so they can't even overload things right now. However, they can try to set it up for something. But at the expense of safety of Bennett. So yeah, moving into Cleve might have been the best option at this point in time. Just applying a Pyro Aura is good enough to apply that pressure, and that's going to be great. This whole deck is just overload's going to happen, and I'm chasing it for it. And Kaching makes it even scarier because once Kaching puts down the hairpin, you can just do a surprise attack, and that'll be the end. That'll be the end of it. Seriously.
Yeah. Also, just taking the switch here instead of bursting actually preserves some dice, which, if you burst here actually on Bennett, I kind of didn't think about that. You're on 0 dice, and Ilyandra's on 7, and just gets to do whatever he wants for the rest of the turn. Which, yeah, that's not really what you want against Ito.
Mm-hmm. All right. Getting the stuff in, getting all those things. There's a skill. Ushi comes in.
Yep.
Again,
super strength.
Really finding weird that the motion of just throwing a bull, legit just chucking that thing at Klee is kind of funny to me. Anyways, QTV still having a thing. I think QTV can just do a normal, like you can't go through all the tenacity melee stuff like that. You can just go for it and never mind. They're just gonna go straight for an attack. It seems like. Not sure about that. I'm not sure about that decision. I would rather just do a normal and just to apply the pyro because Klee is a catalyst character. Just doing a normal would have actually saved a lot of situations.
Yeah, I think might be trying to set up for a potential use of Covenant here.
Covenant.
It's going to use, it's going to use the gamblers here just to get low, get to 0 dice, and then it's going to use Covenant for another attack. Not the highest value, I would say, but
yeah, I don't think I agree with that. I think you could have used that for a lot of other things, just not this way. Well, Deity does not have any other. Well, yeah, Deity doesn't have any other resources to actually switch out unless the second card over there is Shifting Tides, but I highly doubt it. I think that's Wharf. It is actually surprisingly difficult to identify what card it is when only 50% of them are shown. No, that's a Woven. Okay.
Yeah. Like most cards are fine, but like some, especially like the cards that just have the tiny thing in the middle of the card, like food, like Sealy, like Woven Dice. Difficult. Yeah. Can be difficult.
And there's the Paimon engine. I don't know if Paimon engine right now. I think Paimon engine came out a little too late.
Yeah, it's probably not going to gain the value that you need out of it right now,
which is quite unfortunate.
Tune it at some point.
Which is still fine. I don't really think that's actually a terrible case. You can always make up for it. However, I still don't agree with Deity just kind of like going a little too far in there. Unless getting a Klee burst ready at hand is like the first priority they've been working towards, then that's fine, I guess. It is. Oh, it's Deity's turn. It's not over yet. To who though?
It's gonna tune a lot here. Is
Jumpty Dumpty. Adeptus Temptation. Oh, they used it. They attuned the Adeptus Sensation.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So Deity is really trying to make the Klee chase happen. The chase is going to be up right now, and that's going to be quite interesting.
Very interesting that they tuned one more than they needed to.
Yeah.
Might want to give the impression that they really just have the worst dice ever. At the same time, I feel like that's not really that helpful, just because
it is very curious, right? Like you're just like, I wonder if all that effort, if all those mind game is worth it.
Yeah, especially because like you have this many cards in hand. Like even if your dice were like the worst ever, like you can probably make something work with tuning. You know.
A good assumption that can be drawn here is that considering that the players like to talk amongst themselves sometimes, that might be the case happening here. They're just trying to psych each other out. But that is just my assumption. That is my theory. Quite a theory indeed. It is kind of far-fetched theory, but it is kind of those few cases that make sense.
Yeah. The other thing, obviously, like, you know, we're having a lot of cards in hand. Maybe we're just tuned to get rid of some cards so we don't overdraw next turn. The thing is, you could probably do that at the end of the turn as well.
Right. This is rather interesting. Okay, there's the hairpin. Although there's a hairpin stellar restoration. Down goes Barba. That is really scary. Again, that hairpin when it comes out, it is rather scary. You a lot of people just don't expect something out of the blue just to happen, and because it's such a quick change, it's a change while attacking at the same time. If people forget that that's thing and behind their bars, that's it. Like you just lose.
Ooh.
Like
the QTV can power resonance here. This is a lot of damage coming out.
Oh my god.
One more tune. Probably gonna
Uh,
use
Probably Paimon
Paimon.
engine.
Yeah,
Paimon, yeah, it's too late to use Paimon right now, unless you have a lot of dice
Paimon
to work
goes,
with.
and this is should be 8 damage or something. Yep.
6. Oh yeah, right. Barrier. I keep forgetting my B.
No worries.
You can tell
And it
that
is
I haven't
burst
played
up
this
as
game in a
well.
while.
And I don't
Oh
think
my.
Elyandra can really stop this burst coming out next turn as well.
Yeah, not to mention that Deity has every single character Deity has a burst, and to be fair, the more scary one, the scariest one is definitely Klee. The moment Klees become active, everything becomes very finicky for Elyandra to actually do.
Yeah. He's probably looking for some electro dice here. He's not going to find it
Whoa.
though. That's kind of rough.
No, I don't think that's great. Because you still have a lot of things to attune here. It's fine.
Yeah. One thing that is actually really how's it called? A bit of a problem is we don't have any real healing on the under side. We only have the Geo Resonance. That is going to hold you over for a bit, but with all of these bursts, you might actually start taking more damage than you're happy with.
Right. Also, it doesn't really matter if you don't have Electro Dice, if Data doesn't have Electro Dice right now, because what they can actually simply do is just use Leave It to Me, go to Cleat, burst, profit. In all theory, in all case,
Oh, is this enough?
Data can.
I think this is actually takes down Kachingia.
Well,
Yep, that should be 8 damage.
Yeah, no, that's it. Yeah. Although I don't think that matters for Data here.
I think this matters a lot because Kachin can do piercing damage.
Right, but it's just like you still have a lot of. Klee and Bennett can still do wonders when done right. I think one of the biggest cases for Data being a little bit unfortunate right now is that Bennett's talent card just hasn't been showing up.
Yeah. Like the biggest problem I think to me right now is that also cuts off like any further power resonance access because there's no how's it called? No aura anymore. So how much shield is that? I think Ito is going to the moon right now. Yep, gonna jump over to Bennett. Okay, so that's 5 plus 2 plus 4 is 11 damage. 11 shields, essentially. 11 health, effective.
My lord.
Goes down to 9.
That is just a lot of things to have to get through. It's insane.
Yep.
Elyandra all of a sudden just kind of making it even out the field, but still not over yet. Has a lot of pressure. Here it goes. Not quite yet, but it's definitely there.
Yeah, and I think Ito has enough stacks to do another normal attack, right?
Yeah, it's right there. They can do another stack if they want to, but right now, do they want to do it right now? Because
actually, I mean, if QTV or if ETT stays on Bennett, yeah, they do.
Yeah, and honestly,
even honestly, if, like, to play, yeah,
they should just stay. Like Bennett's kind of a lost cause at this point.
Yeah.
There we
go.
Okay,
takes the quick switch.
Okay, the quick switch instead. What's gonna be happening here? Stellar, sorry, Hairpin, Gamblers, Wine.
Yeah, wants to burst here. I put Ito down 2-6. It's gonna be on 7 next turn.
Isn't that over though? Wouldn't Klee actually just get crystallized here and that's over?
Yeah, Klee goes down here.
Yeah.
The only thing is like you might be able to pull something out with Bennett next turn. Ito is going to be on 7 at the start of next turn, and I don't actually know what you're trying to find here. I guess Heavy Strike is what you're looking for.
Well, hey, look, it's the card that we can look for.
Both kind of dead cards here.
You hate to see that. You really hate to see that. You had all the things, all the plan that you had, just all gone because just that one card that just didn't show up. You have it here. You've seen it all.
That's going to be
Embrace that.
1-0 Leandro.
And Ileandra's gonna just go out and go to Denny's and take that victory Waffle House. I don't know what I just said. Don't worry about it.
Go to Denny's and get the Waffle House.
You don't, yeah, it's fine. Anyways, that is over. That's something like that sounds something like what Ito would say, honestly.
Yeah. You're completely right on that.
He doesn't know what those two things are, but anyways, that would be a GG for round 1. So Dady will have to take that loss, suck it up. It seems like no one has won a game with Bin. At least for the games that we have streamed so far, no one has actually won.
Yeah, like I think decks are a bit sort of sorry, I thought for a second you said like that Bin has always lost and Bin hasn't always lost. Bin just won. So I wanted to make a point that it isn't really
Oh
relevant.
wait. Oh yeah. You know what? No, that's me. I just goofed. Don't worry about me.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought I just misheard you. But yeah, I think one of the things about Bin right now is it's definitely the deck to beat. So every deck is kind of built to work against the Bin in some way.
Right.
In the best way they can, obviously, because
Right.
Bin doesn't really have like a full counter, I would say.
Yeah, the bin doesn't exactly have, like, in theory, a counter. Like their counter is more like a concept more than anything, and it's just making sure that Ito just doesn't get a turn or Ito goes away as soon as possible. There's kind of no in between.
Like the one thing I have seen is sort of this Candace Razor deck that is just trying to OTK turn 3, but yes, that kind of has a good bin matchup, but it doesn't really have like the best matchups all around.
Like anything else is just kind of like, we're having a bit of an issue, my good sir. Another thing that I do want to point out. Oh, actually, hang on a second. Before I do that, I see a Dendro Resonance card. So that means there's the chicken.
Yep, we got Chicken Quicken versus Shenhe SC with Eula. I don't know why I pronounced it that way.
Yeah, I have no idea, dude. So I feel like despite this being a major, we can cut back a little bit on the seriousness, considering that we've been at it for a while already. And it's only game 2. Anyways, wow, that's Team Mommy actually. Hang on a second. No, this is no longer a super conduct team. This is Team Mommy. I don't care what everyone else says. No, this is 100% Team Mommy. Nobody can stop me.
I'm gonna stop you.
No, you can't. He's on the rules here. Anyways,
I guess it's your channel.
Oh yeah, of course. So Ileandra will be the first one to actually try this out. If anything, it's most likely going to be the Raiden E. Raiden E most likely going to be the one actually doing it.
Yep.
Yep,
That's
there
gonna
it
come
is.
down. Probably this situation which Shen had next. On the other side, we're just gonna see the totem come down in 90% of cases as well.
Strategize and oh my god. Okay, well you don't need that right now. Like Didi doesn't really need that, so they decide to do that instead. Okay. You know what? I'm not going to add upon to that, but that is a decision. It could have been useful later down the line, but who knows?
Yeah, needed something to tune. Use the strategize to find something better, and I think honestly the cards that are still there are all very good. So I feel like Adapters might actually be the best thing to toss here, but especially because like we're not looking at a scenario where we have a bunch of characters that really have like these break points where they like become really strong. They're mostly dumping stuff on the field and then kind of fade irrelevancy. So you can't really disrupt as easily.
Right. That's going to be rather okay. And it might have wanted. I want to just add real quick that like Dady had just enough to actually. Okay, you know what? All right, okay, Dady. Okay, if you want to go that hard in, then just by all means, Jesus.
Yeah,
I
this is
thought I
the
thought it was gonna be over with just that, but no. They just did it.
yeah. We've seen some NSC and heavy strike tech in Chicken Quicken recently. If you want to learn more about that, watch my episode of the Backroom Invitation on it.
Oh,
This essentially makes it so that you can get a charge attack out on how's it called? On Tenaria at the end of the turn. That is the Quicken, that is both of the summons, and that is shun her down before she can drop her burst. And now Leandro is in
wow.
big trouble.
I'm sorry. I've never seen things go like in big trouble already.
Yeah, that was an FTK.
Yeah, it really was. A little, very okay, not little, very surprised.
Yeah, it's
That's
the
gonna
tech.
be right. Yep. I mean, I haven't. It's surprising because I've heard so many people saying that there's like a lot of OTK like situate sets, but like I've never actually seen one on tournaments, and now I see it. That's scary.
Yeah.
And all,
I think mostly when we're talking about OTK, we're talking about like the Pyro decks with Covenant, but yeah, Quicken can do it now as well, and people aren't as prepared as they are with the Pyro one. Like, if you look at like a Klee deck, you're
Right.
immediately thinking like, I can't make all the damage go on one character turn one. I'm just gonna get punished hard. But if you look at the Quicken deck, you're not necessarily thinking that immediately because they need to have the Northern Smoked on the ready, pretty much.
Right. That and also again, as you might have said, like losing Shenhe is probably like really huge, right? Like of all the characters to get OTK'd, Shenhe doesn't look. The outlook's kind of grim already for Iliandra before the game has even like properly begun.
Yeah, like Shenhe initially replaced Razor in this deck and became like the complete linchpin. Like you're not going for an early Raiden burst anymore. Your priority is to, as quickly as possible, drop Icy Quilt, drop the burst, and then do cryo damage.
Right. It's like the concept of Raiden being like the biggest bully in this deck is just gone. It's just not there anymore. Now Shenhe is like the actual true bully, and if you don't understand that, this team might actually be a little bit hard for the people who wants to actually take it to the dub.
Yeah, Eul's burst fully charged here though, because of the Raiden burst, which means that yeah, she can wreak some big havoc here.
And they take it a little too long considering they had 7 dice. I don't know what's taking a lot of thought process into the situation, but I'm very curious of what the huge delay is. Switching back to Tignari.
I think one of the biggest things you're thinking of right now is if you want to like the choice was between like what do you switch to? If you switch to chicken, can get punished in a way that like you get to 3 chicken stacks and lose all of your stacks. In which case, you just kind of get punished hard.
Right.
So I think that's what they were calculating.
Ooh, there's a burst already. Raiden at 3 health.
Raiden is
that's
down.
it. No. The Raiden's down.
Yeah.
Hey, I blinked. I'm okay. I'm gonna be really honest with you, Louis. I'm going to be very honest with you. I tapped out for like 3 seconds because I had to check
burst
something.
came down.
Yeah, I had to tap out for like 3 seconds. When I came back, something happened. I'm just like, wait, what just happened? Look, this is my honesty, and honestly, I'm glad I kind of looked away for 3 seconds because this just adds to just how insane Tignari can just like say no.
Yeah.
Not even a no you, it's just no.
Yeah, Chicken Quicken is one of those stacks where you just can't be caught slacking.
Iliandro takes out Tignari, but I don't think that mattered at that point. I think at that point Data was like, yeah, no, that's gonna happen. That was meant to happen. But now the problem is Eula, right? They have to finally find a way to actually take down Eula, because Eula is charging up the ult, the burst.
Yeah. Like Iliandro has 9 dice here still.
Yeah, it's quite scary. And uses the Lotus. Gets the second turret in hand. That's a quicken down.
Yeah, wants to drop burst here pretty much.
Jade, just so they can get just to make sure Iliandra can get all the things they need. Although they should have been fine even without it. But hey, they know the deck more than I do, so it's fine.
Yeah, toss up. I feel like what they're why they use it is just they know this is going to be the last turn, pretty much. They either do find the kills or they just lose.
Decides to take the hash brown. I was about to say hashtag. Don't worry about it. The question QTV I have for QTV is: are they just gonna? Oh, they're just gonna switch to Cherry. I guess just having the pressure of having the eye burst is enough. Skill.
Yeah.
That's an immediate deletion of a character. Quickens. No, yeah, that's it. That's it for the chicken.
Yeah, chicken will die at the end of this turn. Unless you take... Actually, you can't take the switch anymore. So yeah.
No, no,
yeah,
the
chicken will go down. And then the question is, is the eye buff and... actually, if chicken goes down...
That, I think
Iliandra starts the turn.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, that's game for Iliandra.
Yeah, Iliandra actually took that dub.
Is actually got to take a bunch of Omni Dice over to the next turn as well.
Right, because Iliandra's turn right after. No, that's it. Like Deity actually took down
skill.
Deity took down Raiden and Shenhe like very quickly, but that just didn't matter anymore when you just it's Jover. The Joe is Ver, man.
Yeah, they just kind of ran out of gas. Chicken wasn't really set up with any burst. And yeah, they just couldn't find the damage onto Eula, and Eula just honestly, I kind of that's what I kind of like about Eula is she came in immediately, could burst, whereas like how's it called, Chongyin still needs to ramp up even more because he only gets like 2 energy. Eula can immediately drop burst and do a bunch of damage.
But yeah, wow, okay, Eula actually taking them back real fast is rude. I think. To be fair, in all cases, like you can correct me if you want to. I think Deity was just taking it a little too easy, right? Like Deity actually took those 2 characters down because I'm looking at all the avenues for things that they could do, like the pathways they can do, and like Deity had a lot of options to go through. They just didn't take it. I think that might be the reason they're just straight up lost. Yeah, but that is go ahead.
Taking the kill on the Raiden Shogun that fast was probably a bit of an issue because that just enabled. I think there wasn't haven't lost yet as well. Jumping over to chicken at that point might have been a decent idea. Right. To just farm some stacks there, take the damage on the chicken, and yeah. Also, you would have had Tenari's Burst in the back as well. Because Tenari's Burst was what took down Raiden Shogun pretty much. And she already bursted at that point.
But yes, so the quarterfinals are actually over, by the way. So that is the end of the quarterfinals, and we will be promptly moving into semifinals very soon. But on the semifinals, we will have Kevin Z versus I forgot their name. Deity fan number 1.
And on the other side, it is going to be
Yukimo
versus Yukimo.
Yeah,
both upsets actually.
Yeah, both very big upsets. And Kevin Z is just going. I'm very worried for Deity fan. I don't know how Deity fan is going to take care of the situation, but because Kevin Z, we know, everyone in this room knows that they are capable of destroying, just chomp a card deck. Like I've heard legends, my friend. I've heard legends that like Kevin Z just beat a dude so hard that they just like literally physically manifested a card deck, their deck, and just ate it in front of them. They just ripped it apart and ate paper. That's how good Kevin Z is, and I'm very scared for a Deity fan. If
I have
Deity can
no idea
actually
where
beat
you're going
Kevin
with
Z
this.
here, if Deity fan actually beat Kevin Z, I would literally just like get up and leave, just leave my seat and just walk around the lap, like take a lap around the room.
I mean, they already upset once. Maybe they can do it again. But honestly, yeah, Kevin Z should be the favorite here. But like this has been a tournament of upsets. We have like Kevin is the only one of the top 4 seeds who survived round 1.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually gonna be interested to see because Kevin actually brought Death Sentence. What are we going to see here?
Yeah, we actually can we Luke, can you just like let us crab back into Kevin Z's decks real quick?
I mean, I can look them
Player
up.
card. Let's get the player cards up real quick one more time. I'll just like want to see what Kevin Z's bringing up again, just to make sure. Anyways, regardless.
Yeah, it seems like we're actually going to take the break, and then we're
Yeah.
going to be back with the semifinals. We're going to start probably with Kevin Z versus Pudge as the first match. Yeah, see you after the break.
Yeah. To the 4.0 majors. We're back. The round 2 is over. We're now actually finally moving into the semifinals. I am very excited for the very first stage of Kevin Z versus a Deity fan. How about you, my friend?
Yeah, gonna be fun. But first, we wanted to take a quick look at Pudge Buzz's card.
Yep.
Because yeah, he hadn't really looked at it, and they did go out last round, so this is probably the best opportunity to do so.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Pudge did lose on the quarterfinals, but we do. Oh, no matter what you do, I'll make it worse. Fortunately, they didn't realize that Pudge was the one that was making it worse by themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Deity and Shin Hater, a tier 5 TCG player. Annie is my waifu. That's kind of funny.
Did go out in the same round as Deity, so probably a bit of a consolation prize. I don't know. I think also went out though, so.
And also the favorite card being send off is also kind of very funny. It seems like they were actually for their decks that have been used right now is actually pretty standard for a lot of things. The right instant for conduct, the bin, kitchen overload, the chicken wicken, and the Fatui MC.
Mm-hmm. One thing that I actually find interesting is that EU seems to pretty much not raid MNEC as high as some other people. We also have Mr. Pillow's card. Actually, we had that ready for just the case that he might qualify for the tournament as well. I have the power of stall and Ito. Ito's abs on my side.
Not even supposed to be here, but I will take this opportunity to have some fun playing against skilled people. Unfortunately, did not make it to the actual finalists of the major, but they actually held on just at the gates. Hopefully, next time those gates will be open for themselves. But nothing out of the ordinary. Actually, hold on a second. Is that no? Yeah,
That's
that's
with
extreme.
Kokomi.
That's a streaming of skill right there. That's actually pretty. Kokomi, Diona, Xingxiu, and that's just like Omega freeze, Omega heal at the same time. I don't know how else you're gonna get through it, right?
Yeah. Alrighty. Seems like we're about ready to jump into our first semifinals matchup, which is going to be Kevin Z versus Deity Fan. So yeah, we're about to jump into bans here. Kevin also bringing Death Sentence with Barbara, the original version.
Right.
That does mean that they bring Kokomi in bin instead.
Wait, is that called Death Sentence actually?
Yeah, the Diona, Xingqiu, Barbara. That's Death Sentence.
Huh. You learn. I knew they were a deck. You know, I knew that was actually a big deck there, but I just didn't realize that was what
Oh,
they
Death
were
Penalty.
called.
I'm stupid. It's Death. It's Death
Mhm.
Penalty.
Yeah, it's okay. It's just it's one of those situations where I actually know the deck and I know how full well they operate. It's just like, oh, that's the name they follow into it. Team names are not exactly my forte. Um,
Yeah.
again, Kevin Z is also another thing that I'm just very surprised to see. Is like sometimes they have like all the orthodox decks and then just there one change into the deck that just makes it a little different, and that's like the bin right there. I guess what even okay, it's it's Ken at this point.
Well, it's
Anyways,
Sin
this is their
actually.
first ban. So Sin, true. So that's a ban on bin, and then there's a ban on the Kaching overload. So that's gonna be our first wave of bans. The second ban is still in process.
Hmm.
So Kaching overload is gone for Kevin Z. So that means the Sin is still Sin is still in play. Who knows what's gonna happen? If let's actually look at the Data Fan number one. Bin is off the picture. It doesn't really mean as much because Data Fan is using like the set of like all the really good teams that are existent currently.
Yeah. Um. Pretty like very standard lineup. Is one of those people who does run MNEC. It did do a lot of good yesterday. Sorry, on I mean, I actually don't know what happened yesterday. I didn't get to watch NA, but in the Asia Major, it definitely wreaked a lot of havoc. So yeah, could be interesting.
Very, very interesting, of course. Anyways, they're still undergoing through the second bans right now. They're taking some time. But yeah. So I think if anything, Kevin Z might actually ban Data Fan's Nahida. It's either Nahida or Superconduct. I think Kevin Z can still handle the Kitching Overload deck, so that's my estimation. But I have no idea what Data Fan is going to ban. Do you think Data Fan is actually going to be remiss of the Sin because it's actually like not the classic bin but instead like a different character? Because I know there are some people out there who actually just don't ban a deck because it's slightly different. And I was correct. Kevin Z will ban the right in superconduct. Meanwhile, Kevin Z loses the what was it? The Fatui
Oh
Agent deck.
no! This means that
Wait a minute.
Kevin gets to stay on both death penalty and bin. So this is going to be a long set if it goes over three
Ah,
games.
remember when I talked about the stall? I think we're coming back. The past karma is catching up to me. I see.
Yeah. Um. Yeah. In death penalty, one of the OG stall decks. That's pretty much that Chaos stall and some people doing agent stall. So yeah.
Anyways, now that we do know the bands, they were actually going to be prepping for the match immediately, and let's see what their first game is going to be like. I think it's going to be fine.
Yeah. I mean, we'll make it work.
Yeah, I've seen players that make it work every single time, so I don't think this is a problem for anyone.
Hmm. Um. Yeah. Well, I
Yeah,
guess the question is like, what do you even lead with at this point? It really
right,
depends on like what Kevin like for Kevin. It really depends on what he's thinking right now. Does he want to like? Does he want to play the super long game? In which case, like leading with death penalty, just a matchup that not everybody is like super familiar with, might just be the
right.
best option. Also, it's just it's like mind numbing
But
over time.
knowing Kevin Z wanted to surprise people with new crazy things or like different kind of variants, my bet is on Sin. I think Sin's going to be the first one that actually shows up.
Mhm.
I
We
could
haven't
be
really
wrong
talked about
though.
it as well. Sarah EC is the last deck as well, and that is the Kevin Z special. So maybe they just want to throw that off.
do the signature or like keep it for the very end for the good old reliable W. Anything
That
can
could also
happen.
be the case, yeah.
Seriously. Yeah. The thing is, possibilities are there, and it's going to be rather fun.
Infinite possibilities.
Infinite possibilities.
Do you think in any of those infinite possibilities the game is going to start soon? I don't know.
It's fine.
Uh,
So it seems like there's been is there a delay going on? No, it's still they're still trying to set up the new things going on. Every game is being going in. It shouldn't be. I don't think we don't have to wait too long until they actually start the game officially. So that's going to be fine by me. In any case, after this, I might actually go and get myself a new version of drink. Wait a minute, is that a? That's Lana right there. Anyways, I see a Shiminawa set on there as well as I forgot the name of that card.
Sealy?
No, not one next to Zeely. Anyways,
Courtyard, yeah.
oh, that is the courtyard. Yeah, you're right. My bad. Anyways, it seems like we have the Nahida EC on one side, and we have chosen the Mono. Wait, we'll have to go back to see.
Saramona
I
EC,
missed that. Yes, Aramona EC. So the Kevin Z actually puts out the old reliable at the first time. That's actually quite surprising. I would usually think Kevin Z would like to pull out the secret.
yeah.
Secret
The thing is, this is not old reliable. This is a deck that that Kevin came up with for week 5 of week 5 of the weeklies. So this is very new, hot off the presses. It's just, as far as I can tell, Kevin Z came up with the deck essentially, or at least pioneered it.
Started the new trend with it. Anyways, so we do have Eugenia to actually start the battle first, and the classic, right? It's going to be the very same thing. The turret's going to be placed down before anything, and Kevin Z will in turn summon the feather for Kujosara. Sorry. Wow, that is so bad.
Yeah, it's getting a bit later, but
it is getting rather late. So yeah, as I said, predicted, that's going to be it. Eugene actually just needs to attune one card just to start the all things to know for all the characters. I think, yeah, there we go. I was gonna say Timmy's probably the one that's getting that treatment, and there it is.
Yep, big skill from Nahida, getting the damage engine rolling. It's going to take a lot of damage in the end phase, but as long as Kevin stays here on... Yep, it's going to stay here on the Mona. We're going to see the Quicken applied as well.
It's kind of a very worrying start for Kevin Z, but you know, Kevin Z also is applying a lot of pressure on the Deity fan as well, so it's kind of like they're both pressure heavy and they're just trying to fill themselves out. The only difference is that Yaimiko's turret stayed there for a long while.
I finally have a courtyard target. We might actually see that into the into the artifact into a Mona skill for very little. But first, Deity fan is going to take the switch onto Mona. Just going to soak some damage there. Mona always great for soaking.
Right. And like the very fast switch out of that is also very helpful regarding that situation. All right, there it is. There's the courtyard. And so it begins.
Yep. It's just going to keep spreading Hydro here. We might actually see switch to Venti here next to just get a nice swirl off. Get an electro charge out of Yaimiko as well. This also kind of prevents Deity from being able to jump over to Yaimiko right now because you just get double electro charged.
Quite indeed. Anyways, things are going too far. There we go. So yeah, everything is so set so well for a little bit of like a a silly haha moment, and there it is. Penetration damage, electrocharge. Now Venti has to switch out again, just so because there's nothing else to swirl unless Datafan suddenly decides to pull Nahida into the foreground. I don't see that happening at all, so it's going to be just like another stall moment.
Yeah, I do kind of like that we have like a legacy of these thunderstorm decks with like electrocharge and swirl that goes all the way to like Gene Mona official, and they still to some extent do the same thing that they did back then, just try to set up these big swirls and deal a shit ton of damage, and they just need to find more and more ways to pump out more and more of that.
Right. Datafan has used all their dice, so there's no option to actually just end a turn. But it doesn't matter because that's still a lot of damage that's actually being accounted for, considering there's Quicken, and soon after an Electrocharge. Yeah, so it begins. Now the question is Kevin Z going to stay on Sara, or are they going to switch out real quick because this is not a very good situation. Summons Sarasili, and there's his skill. Everyone's kind of on an equal level foot right now, it seems like. But it could all explode at any point, and that's what everyone's kind of tensed up about more than anything.
Like both teams sort of have the same overall goal, which is just deal a bunch of damage to every character on the opposing side. They're both like essentially aggro decks in that sense. They don't really care that much about like trying to pinpoint a certain character and take them out as a disruption. They just want to win the damage race.
Right. Not exactly the most ideal dice rolls. Oh no, that's a dice of cringe. Yeah, no, that's a dice of cringe right there. I don't know how Kevin Z is actually gonna like get through it, right? This is gonna be a big trial for Kevin Z.
Yeah, I mean you can definitely still Sara burst in this case, unless Deity just takes down Sara right here, which is actually possible. I didn't realize.
Strategies coming in, and they get Vanarana, and they get that's Ningguang's roll. Yeah, that's nice. That's a dice roll right there.
Yeah, toss up
which is
coming
nice.
in.
Actually, Kevin Z needed that toss up more than Dirty Data fan, but like we don't talk about that right now, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know the cards either to really like toot a bunch. Like this is rough.
Yeah, this is kind of rough. Kevin Z actually just not getting really good looks. But I've seen Kevin Z make out of like really desperate situations, so anything might be possible right now. Oh, that's a pretty good toss-up result. There we go. Yeah, that's a good result.
Honestly, if you can't get like good dice with 3 rolls, you just kind of
right.
It's kind of a rough.
Okay, so what's gonna happen? So technically, if Datafan really wants to, not really a good idea right now, but Datafan can actually just do a Yaimiko burst and just end Sara just with such things.
Honestly, I really don't think that's a bad idea.
Don't really think
like you can take out Sara with the initial burst, and then like the second half is just going to trigger on whoever's coming in. So you can't really put in Mona, but you also can't really I don't know. I feel like putting NT really low is really tough as well.
Well, yeah, Yaimiko bursts. I just said it, and they just do it. Oh, Kevin Z has lost one of the characters, which is not really good. But Kevin Z actually has option to switch to Mona immediately. However, again, the dice of cringe actually in this one is a little too strong, right? No Hydra dice, only one animal dice. Actually, Kevin Z can actually try to attune one dice and just like do a skill. Like
it's gonna jump
right
over
now.
to Venti. Could actually burst here.
True.
with the
However,
hard
it tunes.
I was going to do the skill instead. It is a bunch of damage, obviously, with the electro charges and everything.
Correct.
But Venti is going to take a bunch of damage here as well. Now, where do you even go? Because the problem right now is if you go to Mona, you might just lose the game. Honestly, like, you kind of can't because you really don't know that Kevin Z has like absolutely awful dice. If you knew that, you could just go to Mona and make them like tune their entire hand. But if you don't know that, like essentially you're just inviting the swirl to come in. Nahida gets Electro applied to her, so then Mona can finish it off relatively easily. So you kind of have to take the Nahida switch here.
Mm-hmm.
I think at this point it doesn't really pay. Okay, we're gonna wait for what Deity Fan does because
yeah,
I think with the Quicken it is going to take down Venti actually.
Right, just one normal is good enough, or just skill. Down, not enough.
Oh, never
Actually,
mind.
no, that's just enough.
Oh yeah, right.
Right, this is a little bit of a little tick going on. So, Kevin Z has to work with this. However, Dice of Cringe, a little too hard. Like, honestly, seriously, that is like one of the worst Dice of Cringe moments I've ever seen, ever. Like, period. I've never seen Dice being this Pepega.
I think honestly, you just I haven't lost yet here. Okay, he is gonna tune for it. Oh, because he has the artifact. I forgot about that. He wins the game. He just needs to tune his last card for a normal attack, and he wins the game. Yep, there's the tune. Kevin Z takes game number 1.
But yeah, I told you Kevin Z can make it back somehow every single time without fail. Kevin Z is like the master of comebacks. It doesn't. Him not being lead for like the first like 3 turns, does not phase Kevin Z whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's gonna be him 1-0 up with the signature deck. MLEC taking a loss, but honestly not too unclose. I think with just a bit more like something like could be luck, could be some better plays in certain areas. You might have been able to make it through there.
However, now that's the case. It is time for round 2, and I'm kind of wondering what kind of deck that Kevin Z will bring in, as well as how true that might be true. Again, unpredictability is kind of like a thing with everyone's game right now, and that's just one of those factors. It's going to be fine, right? Like, I kind of do want to see Sin.
So on Deity Fan's side, I think it's Agent EC and Overload left, I think.
Right. I'm betting on Overload. I can see Overload happening, if anything.
Honestly, I think at this point you're just wondering like what is the better matchup into Bin or Sin, and when is it going to happen? Like, is Kevin just going to jump onto? Because I feel like after seeing Sarah EC as the first one, I think Kevin wants to show off. So I think my prediction is on death penalty coming in.
You're not. I'm kind of swayed by your arguments, but you know me. I kind of want to see something that is a little less stally, and that happens to be Sin.
I mean,
okay, there's Courtyard.
Courtyard I think means that it's death penalty because I think they've actually started including the Botec. Is that possible?
Maybe I'm not
No,
exactly
wait,
sure.
it's Barbara is the last one. So yeah, kind of not. But I don't think Sin plays yeah, okay, it is definitely.
Yeah, that's their
Yeah, like
thingy. However,
Covenant is just so good on bin style decks that you kind of like if you're playing Courtyard, you're playing it with
mhm.
this deck.
Not to mention the Fatui EC on the other side as well. That's gonna be incredible.
Mm.
And good dice rolls. Well, decent dice rolls. I can't believe. By the way, I want to mention again, Kevin Z winning with that level of dice of cringe still amazes me.
Yeah, I think in the end, actually, the the artifact kind of saved him.
Yeah, it really did. If it wasn't for the artifact, that was like kind of it was his highest chance of Jover.
I think at that point, what you would have had to do is actually just end turn with the 5 dice and just start turn the next round.
Yeah. Anyways, Kevin Z is a Daily fan. I just checked their dice, and that is kind of very tragic considering that Daily fan did not pull a single Hydra dice at hand, and will be moving into Fatui Agent. I think Daily fan is just going to resort to just doing normals with Fatui Agent. Just go from there. Kevin Z, however, starting with Barbara, I think they could just summon the Barbara ring right now, even though it's not really too meaningful to do so right now.
Mm. Yeah, I was thinking for a second maybe because like there used to be some tech where you can get an FTK with Agent just by himself, but I think that actually doesn't work unless you have certain cards with it.
Right.
Interesting. Gonna go for the normal attack here first. It's just gonna try to chip down on the shield here.
There we go. There's the first hit.
And
So I'm
now it's
guessing
just
they're
going
just
around.
frustrate it. Yeah, I think they're just gonna go straight to just like seeing how they can actually apply it. Which shouldn't be too bad, right? I think we're gonna be fine. It's going to be fine.
Yeah, got a ramp in response as well. Has the lucky dog. I'm not sure exactly what you're. Okay, it's gonna use it on the agent. I think that is sort of trying to go for some late game stall with paid in full as they just draw. They've just drawn. Now, what's her name? Diona actually is not like Diona is essentially the late game stall carry,
Right.
but she's not as strong as Ito in terms of like wall breaking. So yes, she can like outlast a bunch of damage, but she
Right.
actually doesn't win the stall battle against like a lot of the like if you have 2 stall characters, Diana's often not even gonna win the stall battle.
But however, when it works with a different scenario, Diona can do a lot of stuff. Like apply cryo for the freeze. Can also just generate shield. However, the generate shield value is not as high as a lot of people think. And then there's the burst with the healing capabilities. Diona does have a lot of next to work with. This is that in this current game's atmosphere is kind of very low value. As in, like, she doesn't summon as much as you actually like can actually potentially whoop out, which is the sad part of it all. Anyways, Kevin Z summons the skill ring and still have a whopping 3 Omni dice and 3 Cryo dice. So I'm assuming Kevin Z will most likely be switching into Diona and C from there.
Yeah, get the freeze on the agent if the defense decides to stick around. We could see paid in full here just to gain like a bunch of stealth back. But we could also just see the pivot into Fischl and then starting to rev up the token engine.
Right. We're just gonna have to see it, However, Data Fan taking a little while just to summon, just to take care of an option. It might be that they're gonna be Data Fan's most like, oh, okay, that is not what I expected.
Yeah, it's gonna refresh all of the stealth.
Not just any simple one, like the talent one. So now instead of 2 barriers, we get 3. And that's that's kind of bad news for Kevin Z. Kevin Z has to figure out a way to actually offset this. And I think there's no better way than actually freezing for 2A, which Kevin Z totally can.
Yeah, quick
They
swap
100%
freeze.
That's the beauty of it, right? Like you can just like super buff a character in one moment of freeze / petrification. You're just kind of like, oh wait, I can't do much.
Yeah,
And that's the kicker.
I think it's not the end of the world if Agent does get frozen here, because at that point, as we discussed, you can just start the engine on the other side. I think starting on Agent here really recognizes the fact that there is not really like a super scary end game that Kevin is working towards. Like, you don't need to deal a shit ton of damage before Diona comes online and you're like you're losing, which means you can pretty much just stick on Agent here and just
Work with it.
just chill for a while, absorb some damage on the shields, harass Barbara, you know.
Yeah. So instead of doing everything else, yeah, they just spend all their dice on the setup. That'll come back, right? Like Kevin Z just knows the boundaries. Like knew they can't do much. Like freeze, not too much. Dice, not enough. It's fine. Just go for it. I think Data Fan, most likely Data Fan would just sacrifice 1 card, attune it, and oh, actually, never mind. Doesn't even summon us. Not what I expected.
Yeah, the dice weren't really there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could have attuned 1, but the dices that Data Fan had might be probably too valuable to say no to. All right, 3rd round. And right now, Kevin Z has way too many cards at hand. They have to use 2 at least just to prevent the new pulley cards being waste. And oh my god, are you looking at the dice for both sides?
Yeah,
That's
pretty
kind of
nice.
yeah, those look pretty dang good, but like, god damn, that's not something you see every day.
I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it.
Wasn't expecting that. That's actually kind of worse for Data Fan because he can actually not really use the Cryodice. Let's use 1 for Switch here though. Interesting for Kevin Z, and I think he's going to have to stay that way for a while. Hasn't been able to build any burst on Xingqiu yet because, yeah, if you start on Agent, like you really can't expose Xingqiu to that. Xingqiu needs a lot of time to get all that energy up, and you're just gonna tank a boatload of damage.
Right. The question is, how much is that going to work now? So the Guhua style at Chichue coming in. Seems good enough for now, right? Adventure Dog. So they're both healing right now, and it's going to be taking. Yeah, this is going to take a while. This is going to be a long game for sure.
Yeah, finding both Lucky Dogs is actually really lucky for Deity Fan because,
right.
You know, this is reliable, reproducible healing every turn.
Yes.
Which, you know, Kevin Z is going to do as well. Again, another factor that means that Deity Fan can take it slow, doesn't lose the race here, so to speak.
And that's going to be a huge kicker, right? It's going to be a while. We're going to be sitting here for a while. So I guess I propose that we all get sitting down and a little cozy here before it all comes back.
Yeah. I think
Yep.
Agent is a really interesting card in Genshin in TCG. I think I've seen, like, for example, the community tier list video where, like, Agent was kind of an, I think, B tier or something. I think
Agent
people
was
were
kind of
really
being
under it.
ignored.
Sorry?
Agent was kind of being ignored for a while.
Yeah. I think the amount of flexibility he brings to the table, where, like, he can tank a lot of damage, so he can be used as an anchor. He can, especially with Paid in Full, just be a stall carry for a while, but also has, like, the huge burst and burst damage. Makes him so flexible and usable in so many decks that I think he's actually one of the most important characters in the TCG.
And I kind of agree with that as well. Yeah, it's just like it's kind of funny that a character you just once ignored just happens to be like, oh wait, hold on a second. It's like one of the really key point characters out there. We can't ignore this guy. I think it's gonna be fine. We're gonna be just fine. Anyways, now is it weird if I like to call the Oceanid like the thing called that? Oh my god! Look at all the heal back.
Yeah, no one has taken damage yet, pretty much.
Listen, I love both of these guys, but like this is kind of ridiculous. We're gonna be sitting here for a while.
What was the final turn? Was it like turn 9?
Believe so. There is a genuine chance. There's a genuine chance that it might go to timeout. And I hate the fact that I say it this way, right? Like there's actually legit, low-key, a genuine chance that we're gonna reach Max's turns and just like this is a timeout. Because at this point, right? The thing about stall is that like you either have to run their resources dry, but the only way I see it is probably Kevin Z's probably going to be the winner of this fight if we don't go to turn 14. Turn 14 is the maximum. Because Kevin Z has reproducible healing, right? You can always get it back anytime you want. Deity Fan's healing and healing resources, defensive capabilities lies only on the cards. So in the long run, as long as Kevin Z stalls just so long enough and lives through most of the burst damage that official Oceanid and Fatui will have, that's kind of it, right? Like Kevin Z will win eventually.
I mean, I do kind of want to disagree in the sense that there's 2 lucky dogs on the defense side.
Yeah, but 2 lucky dogs against the regenerating shield from Diona, Barba's healing, and like Hydra resonance. There's just way too many on Kevin Z's side.
Alrighty, so we might actually see Xingqiu finally burst, and I think that is going to open up a lot of possibilities for Kevin Z, because at that point you can pretty much freeze on command.
Yeah, freeze on command. Yeah, no, this is gonna I'm trying to keep a good eye right now. We're gonna be here for a while. This is gonna be a very long battle. There's no avoiding it.
Now, I would like it if you're going to play a slow deck that you're going to at least play it fast. I get it; it's a tournament environment.
Right,
I
you want
can't
to win.
complain. But
You want to win, right? You want to win as much as possible, but when this is gonna be extreme stall. Again, it's not even just like one person is doing stall and the other person. No, both of them are kind of doing stall.
oh yeah,
It's just one lasts way longer than the other, but the fact of the day is both sides stalling just means the game is gonna be very, very long.
Like, I
You're
think
also trying.
one of the problems
You're
right
also
now is like
yeah.
we're once again in one of those situations where well, like both sides have like full hands, a
Mhm.
bunch of energy, and like infinite options, and it's just like so.
Uh, the commentary, like ladies and gentlemen, we apologize, but the commentary is just kind of clawing in to try and find whatever things to say about this game. But that is kind of it. That's the current situation. We know both their plans, and we've said it. There's just not going to be anything changing about it until not even Kevin Z. It's actually just it's a Deity fan. It's Eugene aside. Like we have to wait until Eugene actually runs out of resources. Until
Like,
then, this is just gonna be like it's this.
I wonder how, like, in chess tournaments, and it's like, especially like not the like rapid chess or blitz chess, but like old school chess, where like you can wait like use half an hour to think of a move. Like, I really wonder how they keep the motivation to just keep going. Like, okay, they could play this move and then like go like 16 moves down the line and then go back like on the commentary. I I'm not sure if
Uh,
I'm built for that.
you know what we can actually do? We can actually take a break here and then come back and still get
No,
the same game. Anyways, Deity fan on a timer run right now. I don't know why. I don't know where
I
the
see
thing
Kevin
is.
on timer right now.
Oh wait, yeah, you're right. My bad. Sending off Oz is actually the right move here because you don't want to take the extra thing here.
Mm. Yeah, we're gonna see the Covenant. Honestly, probably just into end turn, feed it to Lieben. Yep, he's going to play another card just to get some stuff out of the hand, because he's going to draw 4 cards here. Doesn't want to overdraw.
Right.
Oh, that's Kalxart. Um, Kalxart is one of those cards that are just like so quirky and fun. Like, I wish there was more cards like that are just like, if you build a certain board state, you just get to heavily capitalize on it and build and get stuff out of nowhere.
But we're gonna be doing for a while. Now we switch to Diona. You know what's even funny is that a lot of dice are being generated at the same time and at a scene rate.
Yeah,
So
we got a
right now, the highest HP is Data. At this point, we're gonna have to assume that this is gonna go all the way to turn 14, and we're just gonna have to calculate the total health of both sides. And right now, Data Fan Eugenia, she has a lot of health. She has a health lead, and when I say a lot, I mean like by 3 point health lead. However, again, oh my god. I thought that was a burst for a second, and I just saw like not take. I thought that was no damage for a second. Never mind. That is my beat.
There is another send off there. What there is obviously looming here is the energy on the AAC side, and like the fact that there's like the fact that death penalty is a lot more healing rather than shielding reliant might actually be a bit scary when going up against that.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, we do still have hydro resonance, which is like one of those things. Like a lot of the times when you rely on healing, you're often relying on food and cathedral, which are once per turn and at the end of the turn respectively. Whereas hydro resonance is one of those things that you can just spam in the middle of a turn.
Right.
So it actually does make it easier to prevent a bunch of like damage back to back to back.
Right. And I love how. By the way, can I just say I love how Kevin Z has been keeping the 2 Hydra resonance cards like very close to their heart. Just like they're gonna save that. They've been saving that for a while, and that's not gonna get touched. Like that thing ain't gonna be activated until the very end.
Oh yeah, like before Diona falls below 5 health, there's not going to be a Hydra Resonance Blade. I don't think. Sorry.
Getting tired, are we? The commentary screen is getting
I
a
took off
little
on
bit of
14 hours. Please give me a break.
Oh, that's fair. I'm not blaming you by any means. I'm just like, as that's the situation at hand, right? We all look at the opportunities, and that's how we see it. It's easy, friend, easy.
Okay, so this might be a little threatening. I think this is going to force the switch.
Mm-hmm.
Means we can't see the burst right now. Actually, wait, never mind. Dice. I forget it. I forgot at which point of the turn we are. Honestly. So yeah, dice not really helping. Kevin ending first here is going to mean that they can freeze first thing next turn if they stayed on an agent. So they're gonna have to switch here.
It also seems like the both players are slowly running out of cards in their hand on their decks, so we might actually see some actual progression of the things. Anyways,
some damage is starting to accumulate here. Kevin still has Barbara Burst almost available, so that
Barbara
might be...
Burst and 2 Hydra Resonance is available. So no, that's like Kevin Z has no need to feel like threatened or worried whatsoever.
But this is starting to be like an actual dent rather than just tickling.
Mm-hmm. You start to feel the pain just a little bit.
Yep. Kevin gonna be at 11 dice this turn, so can also get a lot done this turn.
Mm-hmm. So we have a shaken not stirred, so that's going to be another healing factor going on into it already. And also, oh wow, I just realized Barbara can just cleanse out of that. But the fact is, they're gonna have to find a little empty spot to do it. At the end of the day, Kevin Z can just literally stay on Diona for a long time and still be fine with this.
Yeah.
As for foods, I don't know what food that Deity fan Eugenia has right now, but she has Cathedral on top of that. So
I think it's a Lotus Crisp and Adeptus there.
Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like a Lotus Crisp. Yeah, there we go.
Yep.
Not to mention Calx has Star Glitter. Everything can come back to normal, just in fine.
Yeah, I think Deity fan is sort of considering right now. Do you want to stick on Rodea? I think it might be. I think a single summon might be like the correct play here. It's gonna normal attack instead. I feel like that might have been a good play just because you would have gotten the Lucky Dog healing, but doesn't want to use the dice right now, like the elemental dice. This is chess.
Mm-hmm. This is a long chess game, pretty much.
Oh, there's the first Hydra Resonance.
Oh, yep, there is the one emergency healing. Okay, now we see the dent happening on Deity fan now. Eugenia is now feeling the pressure. It is actually pretty critical that the ocean actually is kept away from doing their burst, and that because that's huge, right? Well, actually, that's not huge right now because there's actually only one summon right now. But there will only the next turn. The Oz is going to go away, so refresh is necessary fairly soon somehow.
Yeah. DD has one quick swap. It really is a question. Yeah, wants to use it right now. Might just jump over to official. Is going to use the burst here, I presume, and just do some damage. Put especially the characters on the side in a decent amount of trouble. Like, I think at this point that is probably what you're looking for. Like, make sure that it's only Diona. Make sure there's no refresh on the rain swords. Make sure there's no Barbara burst, especially. And yeah, keep the pressure up.
Right. And still going at it.
I feel like at this point you could stall DD Fan out a bit by going to Singcho.
Yeah,
he's gonna actually use the dice.
I think Kevin Z's curious as to what the Eugenia is going to do. That's why there was a little bit of time for consideration.
Yeah.
Send off the cocktail mix. Now that's kind of a big deal.
It's going to essentially mean that there's no natural healing coming out right now. The only thing that we have left is the food and hydro resonance. I think we might actually, if that's like a pizza or something on the right, we might actually see that right now. Yep. I think that might be the option here. Honestly, maybe even on Barbara.
Oh, there we go. Officials down.
Yep. I think Eugenia did calculate with that, but yeah, it's starting to really come down to the wire, and I'm really just curious. I think that's why the rain swords are so important, because the question is going to be, can Diona actually break through the pyro agent?
Right.
And I think without rain swords, it's going to be somewhat difficult.
Now we switch to Qingqiu, and I think that's it. It's because of all the shields. I think they're gonna. So Kevin Z's most likely just pull out Qingqiu on front so they could actually tank Oz without taking any damage. Well,
yeah, but the problem is Kevin is going to. Eugenia is going to start the turn next round, and she can take out the Singcho. So this is a Singcho sacrifice, and this essentially just means that Kevin is saying, "Yeah, I can beat Adrian without rain swords."
This is something I don't really mind kind of situation, I guess.
Maybe the one rain source is also just enough. I don't know.
Perhaps.
Like the one freeze is going to just put the nail in the
those
coffin.
Dice. Wow, what are the odds of just getting that kind of line of dice, you know?
Yeah. Would it be nice earlier to play Milo with, but now it's kind of useless. I do think that Eugenia will have to take the bait here, and actually, wait. I thought you could take Singcho with the Hydro Aura, but the Hydro Aura is gone because Oz took it. So you'd have to probably Adeptus Burst here if you really wanted it.
With a new dice in hand, what's the plan? What's the haps? What is the plan here?
It is funny. I think actually that is the bigger thing that Kevin has in his hand. Just the amount of dice transfer they have, and the amount of like just dice generation with Samara City and Tenchikaku.
Switching it to Diona.
Yeah, it's probably gonna single skill here.
Yeah, most likely.
Just gain that lucky dog value. Keep the Hydra application up.
Mind you, Kevin Z still has a Hydra Resonance card in hand, just any time.
I guess this is getting tough for Deity Fan. I'm not sure if... Actually, George is kind of decent. So we're gonna get a burst coming out here.
That honestly, George is like a really good option to have right now. It's completely fine.
Yeah, I think bursting here is just not worth it, but also summoning more is also not worth it. So I think you might... It's tough, because like if you take the switch to the Pyro Agent here, it just gets frozen, and then Kevin has a bunch of dice left to do with him whatever he wants. I guess Eugenia can just take the switch back here and just stall it out that way.
Right. Still looking into it. One thing's for certain right now, switching into Ching Chui or Barbara is a bad idea. Or yeah, no, well, actually,
yeah, I think at the end of the turn, switching to Xingqiu is probably a good idea to tank George, because Xingqiu I didn't actually realize for a while actually also has a tenacity.
Jesus Christ!
So it just gets the free tank. The problem with that is actually, Eugenia ended on Agent. Though actually, wait, with the Shaken not purred, you also still gain health back. So I don't think that Xingqiu's really in range to be taken out.
I don't think
if
so.
They switch to him right now.
In terms of HP count, surprisingly, Deity Fan is on the lead. However, it's right now. Diona's gonna get health back immediately too, so that's also something to consider. The kill of Favoni on Xingqiu heals Xingqiu again.
Yeah, Xingqiu's actually a surprisingly competent stall character as well. With Aquila, honestly, any sword character can be made into a decent stall character with Aquila. But on top of that, he also gets the shield.
The dice roll looking really good for Kevin Z right now. However, the second reroll doesn't work as well. I have no idea, actually.
Things it probably is surprisingly few.
We're in round 8
9.
Well, round down, and yeah, round 9. But that's still a hefty sum.
Run it down. I think it might have been run it down. Yeah. It feels like like 13, but yeah, it just moves relatively slowly. Again, because of the amount of information and the amount of options to how little any of those options actually do to the game. Okay, we're gonna see an Adeptus Burst here. That should do like a bunch. Yep, takes all the shields and 5 health. That is a lot. However, I think Kevin might actually just pull out the resonance here.
Yeah, that's the fun part of it, right? Just do a resonance card. I'm actually not sure how much Deity Fun and Kevin Z has on their deck left, but I'm pretty sure both sides have like almost no cards left. Yeah, just one. So all the resources are spent, right? The resource bank is all emptied out for both sides. It is now down to this wire. It's gonna the end of the match is gonna happen at any given point right now. One thing, Eugenia actually has something on the. If we have a trick up the sleeve right now, it would probably Star Glitter. They could potentially Star Glitter. Yeah, they could Star Glitter Fatui and then go for the massive damage, maybe hoping to take out Chinchue.
Actually, if Kevin stays on Diona, right? Oh wait, Kevin switched.
Oh wait, Chinchue has 2 shields. Never mind. My theory is all of a sudden bulked.
Yeah, I think you wanna stealth up here again. Only problem with that is you're kind of wasting the lucky dog value.
Yeah.
But yeah, is gonna take that regardless.
All right, Kevin Z's turn. Elemental skill actually freezes. And that's a really bad news. That's very bad news for Data Fan.
Yeah. The biggest problem right now is you can either end turn, in which case you're kind of in trouble, or you switch to Rodea right here, and she also gets frozen.
Yep. Either way, there's no winning. And I told you, right? Like, even though this is going to be planned out to be a very long game, this is kind of in favor for Kevin Z. Almost always at this point in time.
I think the correct play here might actually be to switch back to the agent and end there.
Yeah. There's no other choice Eugenia has. The freeze is too potent right now. Funnily enough, Kevin Z has 5 Cryo Dice. Instead of actually converting them all into Hydro Dice, I think I think Kevin Z just decided to just move on to Diona and just do some skills.
Yeah. If even our producer right now in chat is like, my brain is turning into mush. Like, imagine what we're feeling having to actually narrate this.
There once was one day there were 2 chess players waiting to play. Oh, there's a good normal attack right there. And the rain swords. Ashley got out of the free status.
Yep, and there is the resonance dice, and this should be the agent down. Can we move on?
Yes, we're moving on. We're actually progressing. Wake up, guys. We're moving in. We finally have progress. And there's the forfeit.
Yep, Kevin Z takes the series 2-0 and moves on to the finals.
Oh boy. Kevin Z move on to the finals. Hold on, I'm trying to figure this out real quick. This match was, I think, a good 40 minutes actually.
Yeah. Congratulations to Eugenia making 3rd or 4th place. You know, I guess we can say 3rd place then.
Right. And now we can actually move on to the other side of the semifinals, which is the Yukimu and Iliandro.
Yeah. So I'm gonna take a.
Yeah, it seems like because of how long that was, I think both production and tournament organizers will have to recuperate real quick just to see what else needs to be done for Iliandra and Yukimu, because they also need to go through the ban phase and everything. So it now only relies on these 2 players now. So these 3 players. These 3 players are left in the tournament, not down but not out. Iliandra and Yukimu, we will decide who will be the loser of this round in the next round. But until then, we will be taking a very short break because we need to recuperate from that whole stall game.
We'll see you after the break.
Yeah, we'll see you after the break. And we're back. We're finally back, and we only have 2 matches left in the 4.0 majors for Europe. And now that we have actually gone through the huge hefty part of it, now we're going to look for the next part, and that would be is it Yukimu versus Iliandro, right?
Yep. Two huge upsets. That is 6th and 7th seed respectively, coming out of round one, and they're gonna battle for a space of a place in the finals against Kevin. I'm not too sure what to think about this matchup.
Yeah. It's actually kind of crazy to know that the bottom, like, while the top half has been like rather very like the top half of the tournament has been very predictable, right? We know what was going to happen, we know how it's going to proceed, but the bottom half has been quite wild. Actually, a lot of things have been happening on the bottom half, and a lot of surprises happening, and it's I don't think it's not ending anytime soon, too.
Yeah. So I guess we can take a quick look at our two competitors.
Well, we
Gonna
did look at Iliandro. We haven't really gotten too detailed into Yukimu, so if we can, so let's actually look at Yukimu first, and then we'll move on to our beloved Will Shrek later. Oh my god. Nothing lasts forever, a sight to behold. Yukimu, it is favorite card is Yaimiko, and has a pretty decent win-loss record in the weekly, and it is their first appearance in a major as well. The decks they bring, however, are pretty much the very old good standard without really much surprise.
Yeah, and the biggest surprise, and maybe because it's you not so much, is the Saramona EC deck. The rest is relatively standard fare. I got obviously Pyro Kaching, Shanghai SC in its standard variation, NEC in its actually standard variation. It has sort of fallen out of favor a bit because you can split it into Agent and MNEC, but this is just classic NEC. And lastly, obviously, Bin. So, yeah.
Yeah, it seems. Go, sorry, go ahead.
No, I had nothing insightful to say.
Anyways, it seems like, yeah, and then Iliandro with also Iliandro is actually has the one with, honestly, out of all the contender attendees of the major tournament, Iliandro does have the crazier, the more interesting part of the decks. It's not something you commonly see every day. The Chicken Wiccan, the Yai Miko with Shen Ling of all things. That's something I like. I know several people have said that that is a deck that you see sometimes. And it's not exactly obscure, but it's something I haven't seen yet. I kind of do wish to see. Not to mention, we did see Iliandra's amazing comeback with the Eula Superconduct.
Yeah, this is a slightly different version with Yai. I'm still not sure if I like the replacing Raiden with Yai in decks, especially in this kind of deck where I think one of the things that Raiden solved for Xiangling, because Xiangling is an insane card, just to be clear. One of the problems that Raiden solved for Xiangling was Xiangling really had a hard time getting a lot of value out of doing 2 casts to get the energy. So Raiden just got to override that pretty much. And now going over to Yaimiko, I'm not sure that can really play just as smooth, but Yaimiko does have obviously higher potential in terms of damage output on a consistent basis.
Right. Again, though, it's actually units I haven't seen that much, so it's always going to be very exciting for me. Right now, they are still going through the banning process, and we are confirming with the other staff that it is happening at this time. Okay, that is our first ban that just happened. I haven't actually just looked in time. Okay, so it seems like there is So Iliandro will have their Klee banned, and Yukimu will have Bin banned, which is a very solid thing.
Yukimu, as far as I can tell, yeah, played Bin in the weeklies as well, so
Mm-hmm.
not too surprising here. Leandro actually qualified with exclusively Bin to the tournament, so we might see a Bin ban as well on the other side.
Right. Iliandro been yeah. Iliandro well that's actually I'm actually down for that. You know, I'm okay if Ben gets banned on Iliandra's side too. That means because Iliandro will be forced to use all three different kinds of decks that you don't see every day. Well, at least variants of the same deck you don't see every day. And it could be very fun. We could see that happening. Yukimo already been getting their bin banned. That means there's the other four that can be banned potentially. I think my bet is on the Superconduct Raiden. Right, Superconduct has probably the highest likeliness to be banned. Honestly, if you ask me. But you know, it could be wrong. I could be wrong. I've been wrong many a times. Might be one of those situations.
That you have.
Well, okay, sir. I see how it is. You're not wrong, but damn, you sealed the deal like that. You're going
Wait,
places,
what?
seriously.
No,
Yep, there's
isn't one side already
wait a
banned Bin?
sec. Yeah, the bin was already banned one. So what's the other bin?
Oh no, this is.
Oh no, this is all spaghettios.
I don't really know what the procedure is now because
Mm,
now, like, you know, one of the people. I mean, it should be what do you call? Like,
it is
Iliandro
Iliandra's
now,
side.
now knows Yukimu's ban.
Yeah, Iliandro accidentally stayed the double ban on the bin. So I think I think there's gonna be a checkup right now, real quick, with the tournament organizers and both sides. If anything, it might just be counted as just Iliandro only just banned one team, and that's call it a day. Which giving Yukimu like a 4-deck advantage, who knows?
Yeah, like I really don't know what the procedure is. I presume we have something set up in the rulebook, but I don't know. It feels like a game loss is too much, but at the same time, like, how else are you gonna punish this?
Mm-hmm.
I guess we'll
But
find out.
yeah, but one thing is certain: Iliandra has banned Bin the second time around. It might be that like Iliandra already had some like a banned deck in mind, but just forgot to switch it.
Yeah. Honestly, I think the probably, funnily enough, the best thing to do is just Leandro loses his second ban.
Yeah, that could be the most potentially outcome because you know, if you ban the same thing twice, then you just ban the same thing twice. That means the fourth option is available. Regardless,
Yeah.
we're still waiting for what's going on. Everything else has seemed to be fine. Like, but it seems like both sides definitely do not want to deal with bin. That's for certain, right? The bin's just kind of like what it is, the Exodia
Yeah,
pieces and everything.
I think they just want to be nice to us right now.
Mm-hmm. Well, actually, well, not even that, right? It's like bin has. I think one of the thing about bin causing a lot of frustration within people is that is the comeback factor in it all, right? Like, yes, you can also just like get it down real fast, but once you have the Exodia pieces, no matter what kind of situation your deck was at that time, you can just plow through a lot of things, and it usually happens after a situation where people actually worked so hard to get that lead, only for Ito to just say no.
Yeah. It is also, I mean, we did see the sort of variance throughout this tournament where, like, some rounds you just don't get to see both Bell and Tenacity, and the deck is like a lot less competent.
Right.
Whereas if you see both, like, it becomes really difficult to break through. Well,
It's yeah, but yeah. One thing's for certain. both sides bins are most likely banned, which is fine. We've seen enough bins already to know that that like the other kind of decks would be very fun to see. But yes, so the situation is Iliandra just stuck with the bin double time. And Yukimu was the one who banned bin first time, and then Yukimu banned something other than bin. Yukimu banned the what was it? It was the Klee ban first. That's what I remember. In any case, the complication, it seems like the complication is slowly being solved. So if the audience can wait just a little tiny bit, we'll be up in the floor running again with the final parts of the semifinals. That said, we actually just have 2 matches left. 2 sets are remaining in this whole major, and it's going to be the final part of the semifinals and then the grand finals. Kind of excited to see, and Kevin Z is just kind of up there, just kind of is sitting at the crown, just kind of waiting for the outcome of that match.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be quite interesting.
Yeah. Maybe we can take a look at yeah. Okay, I'm just being told we can take a quick break actually, just so everything can be cleared up without the pressure of the broadcast. So yeah, we're gonna take a quick break, and after that, hopefully, the TO issue is gonna be resolved.
Yeah, we would like to apologize for that sudden situation. The tournament organizers are resolving that issue, and we'll be back very, very soon.
All right,
Hi.
we are back. So the decision has become that there was an agreement between Yukimu and Iliandro to just remake the second band. The bands are now Bin and Shenhe SC, and we're not going to get into we're not going to stop that. We're just going to let that happen, and we're going to proceed with the semis. It's getting dark here.
Right. Yeah, it is. Yeah, you look quite dark in there. Jesus. Anyways,
Yeah, I should probably turn on the lights soon.
Yeah, to reiterate, both sides will not be playing Bin. Yukimu cannot play Monk Lee, and Iliandra cannot play Shenhe as Superconduct. That is the
I
agreement
think it's
reached.
actually the other way around.
Yeah, that you are around. Yeah, you are right. So that is my bad. Anyways, what the main takeaway is that both sides have agreed, have chosen their bands, and now actually going to start their matches, and that's going to be a great news. And we're actually at it. The starting hand for I actually don't know whose viewpoint it is right now, but that's Samara City, Rock. Yeah, no, this is actually really not a bad hand right now. I'm not sure if it's not over yet. It will be very useful right now at the current moment in time, but
yeah, it's gonna mill it away.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay,
Yeah,
our resonance. That means we're on. Yeah, we are on Pyro Kaching, and on the other side we got Yai, Shanling, and Nahida.
Mm-hmm. So Iliandra is on top, and Yukimu is on the bottom.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's being rolled.
Not exactly the best roll. They can do something once out of that. Don't need the electro currently. Oh well, look at that. Gains the stuff back, and that's fine.
So Pyro Resonance doesn't do too well, I think, into this pile on the other side, just because it's a very deployment based deck. So you're not really sniping characters doesn't really get you too far. On the other side, and I think that is what Yukimu is going for, just relying on Bennett and healing a bunch of stuff with Bennett might actually just give you enough to really break through that. So they're starting on Bennett, want to get the burst probably out as fast as possible and go from there.
Right. Yeah. So the classic old both sides doing an elemental skill. They're both really good skillers, honestly. However, Iliandra takes the deficit on this round mostly because Iliandra gets their Pyro Aura fitting in Otai Miko, and that's already going to be a very, very rough situation. Regardless, that is the second one, and things are getting a little bit more heated, right? Iliandra has faced 2 characters with Pyro Resonance, and Yukimu can actually just switch to Kaching before the round ends, and that could be the beginning of the big chase of the Overload. That's scary.
We don't have a Bandit Talent card available yet. I presume we might just see a Goba dropped here on the other side. And that's free overload at the end of the turn, which then actually means that jumping over to Kaching might not actually be the best decision. You might want to catch the dice. Actually, you might even use your dice on the gamblers and then catch some dice. Yep, uses gamblers, catches some dice with the Lieben, with the Covenant, and it's going to get overloaded over to Kaching by the start of next turn.
Right. That is a mouthful of actions that just happened, huh? Well, what is certain is that Yuki would definitely use so much resources in one go. Let's hope that was actually worth it in the end. Iliandra kind of doing the similar thing, except Iliandra does not have an extra woven to fulfill the needs of the Lieben.
Yeah, I think actually this might even be used for a switch, because if you don't, essentially you're putting Xiangling into immediate danger at the start of next turn.
Things are going still though. And now the question is, we come back to the same question of, is Yukimu going to be lucky and actually get Bennett's talent back fast, or is it going to be another one of those moments where the grand expectation comes out a little too late? We've already seen that happen one time already. Well, I don't want to see it happen twice.
Yeah, we're expecting the expectation to show up, hopefully. But yeah, Yukimu might be able to have a nice big turn next turn. We'll be able to draw 4 cards. Already has the Sack Sword, so could extend the turn a decent bit. Also, obviously, has the gamblers, so if something crazy happens, that also helps.
Yeah, great indeed. Switch it into Nahida, and that will be end.
Yeah, the
Overload.
The hash brown not quite enough to get Xiangling out of range of a Pyro Resonance, because Pyro Resonance just straight up does 10 damage. So is gonna be forced to switch in the end anyway.
Reroll dice not really working out until the reroll happens. Now actually, Kaching has everything she needs. Not to mention gamblers and a second Lieben. Yeah, no, Yukimu's actually going really strong. It just needs the pyro things. The moment you get the pyro things, then everything becomes a-okay.
Yeah. Wind and Freedom obviously also being a great tool in this matchup.
In a way, I feel like dropping Guoba here might have not been the best of ideas, honestly, because if the reaction already happened, no one has aura anymore, and Nahida needs to find a way to quicken, and it might get overlapped by Guoba again. Who knows? What I'm starting to say is that there's actually just a possibility of all the reaction cycles that they wanted to do for a rotation might actually be worked. We'll see.
Yeah, bit of a deliberation here, obviously, because it is Nahida now, which means you're not going to get the reactions out. Are you going to just stall this out? Maybe play some Klee for a while.
No, they're going to go straight for the skill. The hairpin has been produced. Yukimu can technically just do it's not over. Is there not? Sorry. Yukimu can actually do leave it to me, switch out, trigger overload, and then hairpin to a different unit, and that's actually going to be a lot of damage at the same time, without spending too much resources on switching in the switch play. That's the overall goal, right? Like this, just trigger as many overload as possible. The question now is, are they gonna is Yukimu gonna switch into Klee or Bennett? From the way I look at things, Klee seems the most likely.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on Leandro. I think what they do is also kind of important, because if they switch right now, like GITCG's gonna have a field day. Oh, seems like they are still going to do it.
Yeah, it seems so.
Like, that is immediately putting a character on the line, because as I said before, actually no, Pyro Resonance is only 8 damage, so technically he could survive with jungling.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still, like, at that point you're playing with fire, really.
Yeah, quite indeed.
This is definitely the time to deliberate. Like, I don't even fault Leandro for like taking a lot of time here. It's gonna use the Lotus. Okay. Switch back into Shangling. Really wants to get this burst out. And this is, one of the problems you have by not having Raiden. You really need to put your Shangling in harm's way here.
Right. And that's it is definitely a little bit finicky on what to do. Yukimo still thinking. I'm pretty sure they're still thinking if Klee or Bennett would be a better idea. 10 seconds left on their turn. They have to decide right now, or it'll be forfeit. Attunes the hairpin. I think Yukimo did that so they have extra time to think.
Exactly.
Yeah. Elemental skill again. Probably for the best.
Mm-hmm.
Second hairpin has been introduced. Even if that wasn't a lot of damage, it's still a good idea. Consider that GITCG is now 1 energy away from doing the big poggies.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the right way to say it, but I like to say the big poggies. So, take it into stride.
Big Nahida skill comes out. This is going to leave Leandro relatively low dice, which means Yukimo can pretty much, like, very safely even drop Leben right now and just, pay it forward. Can even keep the remaining one on for Vanarana, or just take this quick swap here. Just end his turn first. Yeah, fair enough.
Activate Liven for the next turn. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, that is actually pretty damn strong. I think okay. So their Yukimo is actually forcing Klee to take all the damage from the turret and Golba. So the next turn will be Bennett. Now, the best situation from here would be if Yukimu's next 2 cards that they pull out will actually have great expectations on it. If they don't, it kind of sucky, but like it's not exactly the end of the world.
Yeah. Pyro Resonance would also be pretty nice right now, because it does just mean that he goes down here. There it is.
Ooh, close but not enough. Not the exact card they're looking for, but it's a card that they can definitely work with. Oh, now with the Electro die like that, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I think you might just want to burst here anyway, even if it's not the perfect one. Actually, the Tandoori might change that equation. Also, I only just realized that has a Pyro Aura and an Electro Aura, so you need GITCG to finish this. In which case, I do think the best thing to do is actually Tandoori Hairpin.
I would agree so as well.
Because that should take out Yai.
I don't think it doesn't even need Tandoori or anything.
That's
actually
3 plus 2.
You're right. Yeah.
And then 2 from the Tandoori.
Right. You're right. And that's fine. And I think that's really the case, right? Yukimu's probably like having a dilemma between those 2 actions. Do I just burst with Bennett, or do we actually use Hairpin with GITCG?
Yeah,
and they decide to use Fantastic Voyage.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of get it, because the characters are starting to go low. You do just want to clean up. Also, this Yai isn't really like the scariest unit. It's really like, if Iliandra just stays on Yai here, you don't even need to use Tandoori. Yeah, Kaching just cleans up anyway.
Right. The greatest threat they need that like Yukimu really wants to take out is Nahida, of all things. It still baffles me that Nahida's burst on the TCG actually does damage, and it always takes me off guard.
Yeah.
Do you not think so? Like you agree with me, right?
It was kind of weird, but it needs to do something.
It's something you don't see every day. All right, Iliandra's still taking time to think about the next move. They honestly, at this point, it's just like the consideration of like, do I just sacrifice? Oh no, they decided not to sacrifice and move into Xiangling. I understand their move on that, but there's actually a big problem of like once you actually apply an element on Xiangling, Iliandra is at a big trouble of getting overloaded almost every single turn, no matter what kind of outcome is here. And that's bad. That's really bad. That's actually the most threatening things out there.
Yeah, it is really difficult to get a Xiangling burst out at this point.
Attune sacrificial.
Yeah. Also,
I think Yukimu is trying to apply pyro, and then now you have a like actual big threat of being chased.
You could just take the normal attack here, not waste all of your cards in hand. At the same time, I don't know. You have enough cards in hand to.
Yeah, the big goal is applying it, right? The big goal right now should be applying the pyro aura, and there it is. It's not about like dealing damage at this point. It's actually just straight up. I need aura on all the characters.
The thing is, like, with burst, like, actually wait, because it's not talent burst, so it actually wouldn't have done extra damage.
Right. Yeah. And it's still gonna work out. Guoba puts out an elemental skill. This just means you can use a hairpin just to take out Xiangling. Which honestly, good idea.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason not to. I'm not entirely sure why Leandro didn't use the Lotus Crisp here. Might know another use later. But for now, this is going to be the end of Xiangling. Switch over to Nahida. We're gonna get the Gambler's Dice. This is tough.
Yeah, this is very tough. It's not over yet. Will they sacrifice? Okay. Will they use a detestation? Wait, isn't it for a detestation? There's the illusory heart. That is 7? A massive damage of 7. That's actually...
Yeah. Ooh, Yukimo just ends turn.
Yeah, I mean, you can't, like, no matter what you do, Kichin was kind of overed. That's fine. Yeah, because of the dome damage, yes.
Yeah, Nahida skill. Because I was thinking, like, is there maybe a way you can,
What is up with the Great Expectation coming out a little too late? One turn too late. I swear to God, everyone's cursed with Great Expectations. No, that is legitimately what Bennett would have. Like, that's a legit Bennett situation.
We're having a Bennett tournament right now.
Yeah, you can't write this thing up. You can't. You just can't write this up like that. All right,
Wind and Freedom. That's enough, actually.
Yeah, no, that's 100%
that's the win.
Enough. Yep. Boom.
Yeah, and it just goes down to normal attack.
Right.
GG's.
Do another patch and overload. That's fine. There it is.
Yeah, Yukimu takes game number 1.
That's actually pretty impressive. Actually, they actually kept a pretty good average moment on it. They were actually pretty even, honestly. Hey, Lou, you might want to turn on your lights there, buddy.
Yeah. You know what? Let's just quickly take a small break, and I'll turn on my
No,
lights.
it's fine. No, we have to go to round two immediately. Now that the first round is over, um, both bins are gone. Hello, Will Shrek. Will Shrek is here. They lost with the Yaimiko. The bin's gone. So is the Klee. Now their next option is using the Chicken Wiccan, or we have to use with the Eula Super Conduct. Both decks pretty solid in what they want to do. It really is up to Leandra to just like what do I want to do? It's their preference. Although we have seen the Tainari team actually just OTK like a good number of characters against their opponent. However, losing very hard. Who knows? Anyone can choose what they want.
Yeah, I think Tanari is like Tanari Quicken is a lot of custom lines, honestly.
Hmm.
Um, which is very like it is somewhat more difficult to pilot because of that. Like once you leave off of, I mean, some people use Yai. In this case, it's official. Once you jump off official, you can uh, in different matchups go to different people.
Right.
As we are jumping into the next game.
Yeah, jumping
Um,
straight in. I didn't see
so this
the
is Sarah
character.
EC versus um,
I
what
see
next double
I
calcs
see
are it?
double calcs. Yeah, I see double calcs. Not sure if that's great. I'm pretty sure that's a bit Pepega. A little too early to be having those calcs.
And yeah, probably gonna mulligan that.
I I
Um,
think I think it's going to be Raiden deck.
yep.
Yep,
Uh,
that's Eula Raiden, and there's Asara.
yeah. Starting off with Lisa is actually really good in that deck, just
Mhm.
because you only need to use one. Like you only need to put down the icy quells um, on Shenhe.
Mhm.
It is sometimes like really awkward to just do another normal attack or something to get the extra energy.
Yep. And of course, the very classic I, and then I'm pretty sure Yukimu is going to do the same old Sarah skill as well. When these two decks fight, it kind of just comes up to just, hey, yeah, both sides do skill. There's nothing. Oh, wait, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Something is different.
Yeah, and this is what this deck kind of does.
Mhm.
Um, I did kind of lose one dice for that, but
Iliandra pull out the Lee suit. I think yeah, they're gunning for the Shenhe thing. If I were betting men, if they're actually pulling that in, pretty sure they're gonna set up icicles very fast. We'll just have to need to know once we look at Iliandra's dice count. Mona switch. That's interesting. I thought there were gonna be an extra hit.
yeah,
There we
there's
go.
there's the icy quells.
Hmm.
Um,
Now things are happening.
yeah,
Covenant. Sorry, no, that's
interesting.
not Covenant.
Okay,
And
no,
Aranara.
that was
Yeah,
Covenant, and
yeah, it is.
yeah,
That makes sense. That works out. That checks out.
soaks it up with the Anarana. Um, should be able to uh, burst at the start of next turn, as we are seeing more and more artifacts stream into Yukimu's hand.
Mm-hmm. Again, a little bit of a roll that's kind of a sussy. It
Maybe
should be
not in
fine.
this deck.
Yeah, it's fine. Iliandra has a lot of dice to work with now. However, most of these dice aren't really exactly helpful. They need to find something to make like they don't even have enough dice, or they don't even have cards to tune. So this is kind of a Pepego roll right now for sure. No cryo dice, only one electro dice. Iliandro actually had despite having 10 dice, that's a very dice of cringe moment. Seriously though.
Yeah, I feel like you just strategize here and then see if you can find either something to tune or something to um, maybe even a proper dice fixer.
Meanwhile, Yukimu not really giving any single point of like freedom and just swirling the electro. Despite having icy quills, Iliandra's kind of in a big trouble. They need to find a way to actually trigger Shenna's burst right now, otherwise it'll be too late.
It's gonna 2-1. Honestly, at this point, just using Adeptus to use your dice might not be the worst decision. Because after using the burst here, I don't really know what you do with the dice otherwise.
Either way.
Yep.
That's just, yep, there it is. There it is.
It's probably going to take one more switch and then transfer 2 of the dice with Vanarana and be, like, at least decent.
Right.
Actually, could take the switch and just normal attack on Raiden to get the burst up.
Yukimu just, like, did like pretty good pressure on Iliandra, and Iliandra just said, "I don't care, do you?" And then just smacks Venti in the face. Now that I think about it, it does kind of show it, like, imagine it to be a very hilarious scenario. And then Iliandra back it again. What would be the next strategy they have in mind?
I think Yukimu, well, on Iliandra, I think probably charging Raiden Burst is probably the best play.
So Eula can actually start their stuff as well.
Yeah, second best is just switch and put the dice into Vanarana, so you can get more stuff done next turn. On the other side, Yukimu, I think, jumping onto Mona is sort of like a relatively short-lived thing. He's going to tank some more damage here. That's what Mona is for, pretty much. And yeah, it's just going to drop the skill as well. And then we might see a switch to Sarah.
Yeah, Treasure Seeking Zeally activates as well and gets a pretty good collection too. Ooh, this is going to be very interesting. I'm not sure if that was a good move, considering that Yukimu has to. Oh, never mind. Me and my big mouth, eh?
So
that Shen has gone.
Yeah. Honestly, though, I don't think Yukimu cares at this point. Like, Shenna burst us down. We haven't seen it sent off yet, and we probably would have if it was there.
One thing is certain, though. Both sides having both Thunder Aura into it, Iliandra's still not in a good spot at all.
I think we might actually, after Shenna goes down, see the switch into Eula, pick up the Lisu, and do some threatening that way.
That could definitely work out.
Yeah, it's been a lot of damage sustained already on Yukimu's side. We're really they really need to start finding some of the bigger takedowns.
Yeah. And the dice roll has been it's not terrible, but it could be better. Okay.
Oh, that's a really good one.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one now. Timmy coming in on the next round now, but still not over just yet. The question now is Yukimu actually going to make use of Mona right now, or is it just going to be it? Every single part of this can be just sniped down in one go, and I'm very worried. Do you think they're going to burst?
Well, it might be the last opportunity you have.
Right.
So I don't really see a better place to do it. Is that an Adeptus in hand? I think that probably is an Adeptus in hand. It could also be Tandoori, but I think it's Adeptus. At which
I'm pretty sure
point...
it's Pandori there. Yeah,
it's Sandori, yeah, never mind.
a little bit unfortunate, but like that's what it is.
Yeah, because Sarah has a weapon equipped. Can get a relatively cheap burst off. Like, you're not in the worst position if you burst here. I think Yuki was really like more thinking like, is there any
There's
like really good way to win this?
decides not to burst and just do a skill. Honestly, it makes sense. It's very
I think
understandable why such decision is made.
It's baiting the kill here. I think maybe even threatening haven't lost yet, because that could just jump over to whatchamacall, Singcho, which could be sorry, not Singcho though.
That's
Venti.
Yeah.
Could be somewhat difficult to deal with. I don't know. Yukimura still has to like somehow deal enough damage to this Raiden. And so far I'm seeing like 2 really scary summons and Eula still being alive. Does not take the kill on Sarah though.
Yeah. Might be a reason behind that, but it's fine.
I guess it is probably just being scared of that that I haven't lost yet.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna stall it out a bit. Like, it's essentially like if Yukimura bursts here, that's the end of their turn.
Yukimura still waiting for his last 5 seconds. Gotta make a decision, otherwise that turn is over. 1 second.
I think the decision is just normal attacks.
Yeah. That was, I don't know, that was a little too close to comfort. I've seen waiting until like I've seen buzzer beater turns, but that's just like a little too hard on the buzzer beater, you know?
Yeah.
And at the same time, I've actually seen buzzer beaters fail. You know, like people actually waited till the very last second and actually failed to do so. This is an extremely low. This is a very, very low health pool fight right now. Anything can change. I think Venti just doing his thing would be enough to do it. One Venti swirl actually swirls.
Ooh, ends here on high. On high dice, just to get the priority on the summons, I think.
Interesting.
And to get the start of next turn. Switch to Mona. Mona's gonna go down. It's also gonna be a superconduct, so we're gonna be on 2 and 1 respectively. And I think there's not really a way that Yukimura takes down both characters in one action, which means Raiden can take down one and Eula can take down the other one. Now the only problem with that line of logic is Yukimura still has a Lotus Flower Crisp in hand. I did not quite see who they jumped to. I think it probably should be Venti. So you can't be... Yeah. So just so you have like as much health as possible when the Lotus Flower Crisp comes out on the Sara.
And there we go.
Venti goes down. Yeah, should be... Wind and Freedom. Never mind, Wind and Freedom.
Yeah.
Didn't see that being drawn. That's going to be game.
I think we have a problem with just being blind here, man. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro.
I think they just drew it, so I just didn't see that yet.
And of course, going out with style, do it.
Yeah, let's go. Yukimura taking it 2-0 as well, and we got our finals.
Yeah, there
it's gonna be Yukimura versus Kevin Z.
Kevin Z. Ha, jinx. Anyways. So Yukimura Kevin Z will be the finalist of the 4.0 major, and it's going to be very wild. But I think before we do any of that, we need to go for a little small break it might be, because we also need to set up for new bands and stuff. And aside from that, I
Yeah.
think that's about it for now.
Back.
Okay, go ahead.
Now the stream's functioning, everything's well. We're about to jump into the grand finals. I'm going to quickly recap the bans because they happened off stream. We're very sorry about that. But bans number 1, Yukimu banning Monasara and Kevin Z banning Bin. And bans number 2, Yukimu banning Pyro Kaching and Kevin Z banning NEC. Let me just quickly check what that leaves us with.
That leaves us with Kevin Z having the death penalty team, as well as Kokomi, Noel, Ito, and finally they have their own kind of Kaching. No, that's not the one. Sorry, it's the Hydro. It's the Fatui EC with Oceanid, Fischl, and Fatui Agent. On the other side, with Yukimu, with following the bans, they are left with Raiden's Superconduct, as well as Sarah and Overload Kaching. And those are really good signs.
Yeah. Sadly, this is going to mean that Kevin gets to play a lot of stall again. And we are indeed starting with Death Penalty versus Sarah in this case. Good hand though for Yukimu here. Pretty much drew like the kind of hand you want with an artifact. Actually, I forget what the weapon is called, but like the weapon that reduces skill costs, and of course Courtyard to make it come all together. The other side, relatively draw heavy.
Yeah. And there we go. Choosing with actually wouldn't be Sarah be the more frequently picked here? It's actually not. It's actually quite unorthodox for Mona to be sent out first.
I think you might want to just spread some stuff here. Maybe even Shiminao is just the best on Mona. I don't really know. But we are going to put down the Mirage first. Kevin is just gonna draw for a while here. Might even do like full ramp and stuff. Because honestly, like the pressure from Yukimu's deck isn't really like it is there in terms of like in the midterm. Like, you know, it is capable of doing a lot of damage by turn 3, and you really need to have an answer by then. But you don't need to contest this deck from like turn 1 onwards.
Right. And wow. KZ, yeah, it's going back and forth, avoiding all the really bad stuff that's might happen. Liven goes in, Venerana, Tenshikaku. Yeah, no, Kevin Z is going for the long E. Kevin Z knows their situation. They're just like, you know what? Yeah, sure. We can do this. We can wait it out. My whole game is stall. And definitely has all the resources to make sure it happens.
Yep. Gonna find some decent draw as well here. And turn 2 is probably gonna be the turn where we're gonna see this amount of setup.
The dice also giving at least one skill to be happening. Maybe to 2. It's fine.
Yeah, Kevin ending on Xingqiu here makes me think they want to just set up Xingqiu Burst here on a relatively soon, let's say. That is one of the things, like, it is not, like, DP is not like the old freeze decks that are just really trying to set up Xingqiu immediately and then just trying to get as many freezes as possible until they just overwhelm you. DP is a lot slower of an affair. Just using very tactical freezes. It's very much a control deck rather than a stall deck in a lot of ways.
Yep. Very slow start. Very slow start, but it's okay. This is a team that doesn't need a fast start. Even if it do, it doesn't. It just kind of becomes slowed down anyway, so it's fine. Yukimu, however, Yugima's still saying it too, good too, right? Because it's just like at least they have two energies. The energy economy is the one thing, right? That's the one thing that you can actually try to beat Kevin Z's death penalty situation. Even if they keep healing back lost health, that just means you just gotta take them out, smart away.
Yeah. The funniest thing is, while Kevin is ramping up the healing capabilities, Yukimu's actually racking up the damage possibility by equipping more and more artifacts and making everything cheaper and cheaper.
And switching into Venti, meaning they're ready to sweat. Yukimu's trying to find every single avenue possible to spread as many reactions as possible. And this is where the Venti comes in really handy. I think Venti would be like one of the key things to actually ruin Kevin Z's first face value strategy right now.
Yeah, gonna run the timer a bit here. Gonna use Covenant and the weapon. I'm actually gonna quickly look up what it's called because I am annoyed by the fact that I don't know.
It's fine. We all have those days.
There we go. There's the swirl. There we go.
Yeah, there we go. There's the swirl.
Yeah.
So Qingque, sorry, not Qingque. Sorry, Qingqiu, already having problems. It's a good thing, right? Like Yukimu. One of the biggest things about stall is that you need to make sure stall's basic formation is at least disrupted. It doesn't have to be broken immediately, but disrupted enough for the extra offensive front is made, and that's what Yukimu did. Of course, this means Kevin Z can still make it back, right? Kevin Z has all the resources to actually take all of that back into point zero. But the fact that you gives Kevin Z the situation to actually just like you have to use a resource, which means Yukimu still holds up pretty strong in this end. Definitely getting rid of Xingqiu is a great start for Yukimu, because at least they can go through. It means Yukimu can go through Kevin Z's stall without really fearing a lot of like damage fronts, right? Yukimu's already a huge damage front deck right now, and they don't have a lot of healing or defensive resources. But by getting Xingqiu off, who is the main source of damage on the stall team, well, one of the main sources, you're at least eliminating the risky part of it, and you're playing it rather safe.
Yeah,
and it's going to be fine. Yeah, and Yukimu would be actually sitting very pretty, and I think Kevin Z is kind of accepting the fact, because Kevin Z would, I think it's better that they would rather lose one of their main source of damage than lose like one of the two pillars of the sustain. You lose the pillar sustain, there's no reason.
I will say one of the things that makes Synchro so appealing and the rain swords is just the fact that you can at any point just shut down a combo. Like, a lot of the times, stall decks get broken by like burst combos. Like, I'm just gonna drop this burst, this burst, or like, this burst can do like a lot of damage right now and right this second. For example, like Oceanite burst. As long as you can respond to that by just immediately freezing somebody, which is not that difficult if you have rain swords. You can disrupt that, heal up the first burst, and you pretty much ran your opponent out of resources at that point.
Right. It is kind of crazy. It is kind of interesting that Kevin Z hasn't used the Resonance card still yet. There we go. Another elemental skills swirl. I'm not sure how worth that was though. Might have actually no. Even if Sara actually came down and applied Electro, that it's actually canceled out the aura. So maybe that might have been a good idea. I think Yukimu is pretty much brute forcing their way into Kevin Z's formation, and I think the end goal is not even take out one of the cards. I think Yukimu is trying to force out Kevin Z to use those resonance cards. I'm pretty certain Yukimu knows at this point that Kevin Z has 2 Hydra resonance cards that you just want gone as soon as possible.
Yeah. The fact that the tenacity hasn't arrived yet is like a big deal, I think. Because that means that every like all the damage kind of comes through and has to be healed back up, which every time costs resources.
Right.
Be it dice, be it cards in hand, as we see here with the resonance.
I want to see what Yukimu's plan is now, right? Yukimu is according to the dice economy, can't do anything much with Venti unless normal. Can't do anything with Mona unless you attune a dice. Strategize. That will give them another Lotus, and then we have a Veritas Inventor. A good set indeed, but can't really be used right now. So that strategize came up a little bit empty-handed right now, at least at the current moment in time. Maybe it might come in handy. These cards can come in handy later down the line, but right now it's not the thing that Yukimu needs.
Yeah. I see 2 Lotus Crisps there. Honestly, Lotus Crisp is not that great against decks. You might be able to tune one, but it's actually just gonna take the switch over to Mona. Might just skill here to put down some more sustain. First of all, it's Kevin's turn. Kevin sending at ace dice is a bit scary for Yukimu. I think Yukimu has to stall this out a bit, just so that Kevin can't just go skill burst on Xingqiu with no response.
Well, actually, no. Well, okay, they do have a woven, so yes, it is definitely possible for maybe not scale, but more so. Actually, no, they have to switch back out. No, they don't have enough dice. They don't have enough dice to actually do. Yeah, not anymore. They don't have a skill dice stuff to dice to make sure Xingqiu gets a burst off. It's not going to be working. However, they will switch to Xingqiu.
Yeah, we'll probably do a skill here, and then actually could also just feed all the dice to Lieben if Yukimu decides to do another swap here. But Yukimu just ends turn, which is probably like the correct play.
The Yukimu needs to. Yeah, it's much more beneficial. Maybe switch into Sara first and then end it.
Yeah, because you get the quick swap. You're right. Although I feel like being able to have the quick swap at the start of the next turn might also just be decent, especially because
that might be the case. But you also know that unless Kevin Z switches the characters right now, Mona's Omi will be applying the last bit of Hydra Aura that Sara needs to actually end Xingqiu here. So really, I think Kevin Z wants to keep it waiting. There we go. There's the Guhua attack. Now there's nothing much you can do about that. Yukimu either needs to hold the ground. So I think another option that might happen right now is Yukimu switching in and out, or just ending the turn right here. Either or works at this point.
Yeah, I think you can just play Viridescent and then end turn. I'm just gonna tune. Okay, he's actually going to go for the elemental skill here with the artifact.
Now Kevin Z really has to switch out, otherwise that Xingqiu, unless they're done with keeping Xingqiu at bay, right?
Yeah, I think you just you just switch out. I think there's no real reason not to. You could technically Hydro Res and then switch out just to give some more health to Xingqiu.
If they really don't want to lose it, this is the time. This is the only time it works. Otherwise, Kevin Z will have to actually find a way back.
Yeah, like
and all the pressure is just on Yukimu. Yukimu is the one that's always like here's the very fun part of this whole battle, right? Yukimu is technically on the winning side, but the stress is still all on Yukimu. Kevin Z may be having a lower side of it, but they still have like the best kind of what's the word here? A little bit of relax. Has a lot of leeway to work with.
Yeah, I honestly am even hesitant to call Yukimu ahead right now, just because it is still the death penalty we're talking about. So like it's not like the current gains that Sorisi has made is going to like really stick around. It really, once you start seeing characters fall, that's when it's a lot more relevant.
And now we're here. One resonance ordered. Yukimu, all three characters having bursts. This is a really good opportunity to actually siphon out one of the characters. Like, just pick out a character out of random. Honestly, Yukimu can take out any character over here, and it'll all be working out for Yukimu. Yukimu can definitely just benefit from any one of these characters just losing. And honestly, if it's my pick, I would actually just take out Diona if possible.
Kingswire coming down. I just don't think taking out Diona is like an option. That's like Kevin Z will do everything to protect Diona over anybody else.
Yeah. Even though Diona's kit may be like lacking in some ways or another, in this case, no, that Diona is going to be incredibly hard.
Not having spent a lot of time on her so far, it's kind of starting to bite though, because you're nowhere near the burst at this point. And you're kind of running out of healing here. There's a Sunken. Wait, no, that's not a Sunken Shrine.
Strategy.
Finally finds the Millilith, at least.
Finally finds Millilith as well as Diona's talent, and that's going to be incredibly rough to fight against. Yukimu's going to have to find some way to actually bypass that. Otherwise, it's going to be extremely rough.
Yeah. As I said, though, it's going to take a bit until we even see that talent card come out.
Yukimu switches to Barbara, and I don't know what's going to happen in regard here. Is the burst gonna? The burst is not going to be ending Barbara here, right? I'm pretty sure Barbara is not. Actually, no, they do have a really strong chance.
It's taking the switch to
Venti.
That makes sense.
Okay, that's both Hydra resonances down. So while that set back Yukimu's plans one more time, but there's at least out of like the no consequence resource. That's kind of it. Now all Kevin Z has to rely on right now is food, Barba, and Diona. Still a heck a lot of things to go through. At least I like to call it the cheat cards, right? You know what I'm saying? You just use one. You just use Hydra Resonance card just real quick, like a cheat card. And I would like to say Kevin Z ran out of those. No more cheat cards. You're only actually just bound to the characters.
Yeah. I think we might see Millilith come down here. Yep, and that's going to be the end of that turn. Might actually open up next turn with the Barber Burst, and then we are back at a decent health, and Diana is pretty much...
Huh? Oh, never mind. Sorry. I made a calculation
mistake. Barber is going to be switched out, though.
Yeah.
No?
Oh, no, not at the end. The end doesn't really work like that. It's a weird thing. I don't know how to explain it, but it just doesn't work like that way. Okay. Anyways, Kevin Z almost was at the brink of losing Barbara, but now it's back again. So it's going to be very obvious that Kevin Z is going to go straight for the Barbara burst. Yep, There it is.
That's a lot of healing, and yeah. Now the question really becomes like, this is some ridiculously cheap skills now with +1 from the King Squires. Now is really the question: can you survive the coming onslaught? And really, I think mostly Diona will survive it, and that will just have to.
Yeah, Diona won't be eliminated for a long time.
Yeah.
Which that's why Kevin Z will decide to start using Diona as their on field all the time. Because it is the most stable way to elongate his survival. Because what can you do? Like, you have a tenacity of Millith, a character that wields a tenacity of Millith, can create shields, and then the burst actually is another healing factor, and you have another character who has a healing factor. There's no reason to take Diona off the on field until then. Like, there will be no reason to actually maintain this build, like, if you're not putting that. Knowing that, Yukimo will most likely have to use normal here. At least take down Barbara to get rid of all the get rid of half of the healing possibilities.
Yeah, I think the problem is you're looking at I haven't lost yet as the response, and Diona's getting closer to bursting. I think Barbara has kind of done her job at this point. Like, it is difficult to get more than a burst out of Barbara. Sure, another skill would be cool, but this is the type of sacrifice you need to make at this point to really keep going. And it seems like Yukimu is offering essentially, I'm going to take Barbara with a Mona skill. Are you fine with that? Because that is essentially wasting nothing.
Right. And we'll have to see what Kevin Z will respond with. Kevin Z will respond with, no, you cannot. Here's Diona. And I think this is going to be like kind of a back and forth trade for a bit until Kevin Z runs out of dice. Or just go for it. Just go for the Omen. We'll activate.
Interesting to me that I feel like there was a possibility that we were just gonna see the burst here, because you could essentially burst and then quick swap to Sarah, do another burst.
Right. Yukimu's turn again, so everyone's just kind of back into the Barbara. Again, this is just Yukimu just needs to end it. Yukimu really needs to end Barbara. Like, the doll gets more potent the more members just survives and just keeps it going. Like, as long as the rotation keeps going, it's fine. Right now, it is true that as long as Kevin Z has Diona alive, most things are still fine. But actually getting rid of that one potential is going to be huge net positive regardless. Kevin Z just chose like that. Kevin Z just decided that this is going to be the most safest outcome to rely on for the time being. Otherwise, it's just going to be too much, right? Like, Barbara was already on the brink of ruin from any sort of electric charge whatsoever.
Yeah, Kevin quickly considering the option of just bursting on Xingqiu here, but decides to jump over to Diona instead. Probably to just set up a shield again. Tenacity is also up, and we're gonna look at for like 13 health Diona next turn, and then the hunt begins.
Right. Tenshukaku, and then I'm pretty sure it's either end turn or move to Shinshu. But either way, that's a lot of damage incoming. That is about.
Yeah, I don't think you can really jump to Xingqiu. Xingqiu would just die.
Yeah, Xingqiu would actually just perish. So Kevin Z will end the round, taking the advantage for the next turn. Yukimu don't really have much things to work with, so I think Yukimu will also have no choice but to end the turn here.
It's kind of funny. Like, this is like Sarah Mona is kind of Kevin's deck. I still don't think Kevin has a lot of experience with the death penalty into Sarah Mona matchup. I don't think it has happened that much. Of course, in theory, they can understand what's going on, but in practice, it probably hasn't happened too much.
Mm-hmm. So that's a considerable amount of damage on Diona. Diona only has 5 HP left, however, all very easily recoverable. Or at least create another layer of defensive to make sure you're not completely off the mark. All right, here we go. Tenacity Millith back to activation again. I think Kevin Z will be using Talent. Yep, that will mean extra protection. Unfortunately, Mona will be frozen on the process, and Mona is unavailable. That's fine, but because Mona's passive, a fast action will allow continuous pressure to be made.
This is a 9 health Diona though. And without Mona Burst, I don't think there's going to be any threatening that this turn.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, you can like keep digging, but honestly, I'm not entirely sure. Like,
I think it's just Yukimu has to just apply the pressure, because this 2 shield is going to happen every single time Diona does skill. You can't wait it out.
yeah.
In fact, the moment you start waiting out, Kevin Z will actually create more shields, get more energy, and start healing. And that's no bueno. So all this amount of health, they're just gonna have to keep scratching off. They have to make sure Mona gets the burst off, and Diona is the one who actually gets those.
I would say incredible discipline with the Zara burst here so far, though.
It is also likely that if Yukimu managed to mess up the pressure, and Kevin Z doesn't let up every single turn, Kevin Z has a really good chance to win this. As long as the pressure is kept and he keeps the maintenance going on like that, all of a sudden that Diona can burst again, and that is again another avenue for killing.
Swap to Venti. This is some damage potential here in both directions.
It is. Signature mix freezes Venti because I think Yukimu anticipated that.
Yeah. It's going to mean that that's pretty much going to end the turn, though, because
not much you can do here. It's not worth it to actually switch to Fukujo. However, healing with the Monster Hash round will work out.
Yeah, I'm just going to take the first end. That shield is not the Tenacity shield, so this is going to be 2 extra shields as our next turn. Which means Diona's back to 10 health, and then with signature mix, we're looking at 11 health here.
Yep. And another Tenacity of Millith, which means Xingqiu can actually get it if left unchecked. Actually, Xingqiu also has 2 energy right now, so we might actually get the Rain Swords back online. And that's a very, very scary news for Yukimu.
Yeah, Kevin also, due to the Tenchukakus, just with a lot of extra dice. Now, let's be real, Yukimu also just gets quote-unquote extra dice by getting their skills cheaper, but, you know, it does mean that Kevin is keeping up pretty much with the one thing that makes the Sour deck really good.
There we go. Icy Paws back again. This is the frustration. This is the frustration. Yukimu doesn't have a stable dice economy to actually keep this going, which is the most annoying part. Like, Yukimu needs a turn where they have a lot of stuff. At this point, what might be more profitable is just use the Mona Burst and Sara Burst just to get rid of the Chincho. Like, you can regain energy back at some point. But right now, like, if you don't use them and you just keep saving it, you'll never come to that point. That's the situation. Yukimu needs to make a choice right now, and if I were me, I would just say, you know what, we'll just pressure We'll just really pressure Dione here to force Kevin Z into Xingqiu and actually get rid of Xingqiu as soon as possible.
The problem is they actually have 2 quick swap, and I think Yukimura at this point should know that there's at least 1 quick swap in hand. So if you pressure Diona, Kevin is just gonna quick swap and then burst immediately and then sacrifice Xingqiu.
And I think that's about to just happen. I think Kevin Z is just about to actually switch to Xingqiu and actually freeze Sarah. That's the thing. That's the beauty of DP, right? Like, you can still, the fact that you can still win out of the situation because of how extremely tanky Diona is, even without all the cheat cards left. It is kind of crazy. It is definitely crazy. And the opponent will most likely just end up just going, "Why won't you die?" Because, you know, that's just how this deck is. Diona's just built real hard.
Built different.
Built alternatively.
Yeah, so I think we might see Zara Burst come out here. I do. No, just skills again.
Skill again. Though I don't think I agree with that one. Now Kevin Z can actually take out Zara by freezing.
Yeah,
Kevin Z's actually whittling it. Kevin Z's actually whittling down.
Thing is, you don't even need to like involve the freezing and everything. You can just normal attack. Actually, I mean, with heavy strike it's enough, but yeah. Okay, finally he's gonna load this.
That's well. All the progress that Yukimu just made has now just been devoid. All the progress that Yukimu made, you name it, like character count, health count, has now been gone. Everything is now in vain, and I think Kevin Z won this. I'm fairly certain Kevin Z just won.
See, I don't necessarily
Kevin
agree.
Z won. I'm pretty sure Kevin Z just won this.
I don't really know why you're just jumping at this immediately.
That's true. I am jumping into conclusion. That is true. But with all the situation at hand,
because what I'm seeing right now is Mona could just burst, and then Venti takes out Xingqiu with changing shifts. Because I think they both still have their freebie for this turn.
Changing shifts.
Actually, you could probably even skill on Mona, and then.
It is a very rough call right now, though. That's for certain. There's the first one. There it is. Infusion. There's a burst.
Oh, okay. I thought there would be. I guess that isn't a reducing.
But gains the health back. Now Xingqiu is on 3 health. Gets Lotus Crisp. So that's a Lotus Crisp on their part. So they really need something extremely heavy to hit Xingqiu just to get rid of it. But
Omen is there.
Almost there. Very almost there, but Tenacity and Millilith will be activated, so that's 5 effective health. Lotus Crisp on top, that will be 8 effective health. Or they can just switch to Diona right now. Assuming the next damage would be on
Okay, the crisp on Diona instead. Yeah, Yukimu is just running out of health here.
Yeah, Yukimu is actually running out of resources, which is the unfortunate part. There's only so much pressure that Yukimu can constantly apply.
Yeah, I think you might just Venti Burst here. Get that swirl out, get the Electro Charge. Should take out Cincture at the same time.
There it is. Hopefully this does the job.
Yeah. I feel like there's not that much heal. There's actually kind of no healing left. Oh, this is big.
Oh,
Okay, I
wait, hold on.
like this.
Okay. Just making sure, like, I'm not letting you live no matter what. Okay. There is a chance now. Now we actually have hope.
Yeah. So it's gonna get to go again here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually not sure what the play is here right now. We do have Rain Swords up, so whatever happens next is a freeze on Kevin's side. And we get to switch into Mona again. Interesting. Is he trying to stall Kevin out of dice here? Is I guess my
Could, yeah, that's my
here.
guess probably as well. There we go.
Yeah, and now you get the free quick switch, which gives you another action essentially. On probably like this is probably an elaborate setup to get a quick switch onto Sarah.
Yes, Sarah has the bow that lessens the dice count, right? I'm actually not sure. I haven't checked.
No, that only applies on the first time after you use it.
Yeah. So
but has the artifact at least.
So it all comes down to that. Even then, how much damage would that apply to Kevin Z? Also, Kevin Z's Diona also has a burst ready at hand. So it's not over till it's over 100%. We also, if we can also see how many cards are left for both teams on their decks right now. 5, 9. Yukimu slightly does have more edge regarding that. So at least
I don't think we're gonna draw out the deck at this point because there's no real like dice draw power left.
Charged. Oh, oops.
Oh,
that's unfortunate. That's it.
I think I think Yukimu just
ended it.
I think Yukimu forgot they already got the quick switch from Mona. I think that's the only thing that makes sense to me.
And
this is the once per turn.
Yep.
Either way, he's pretty much going to seal it. Kevin Z will take game number 1.
All that off. I told you, after all that progression, just lost it all. That is the DP. That is Diona at its finest. And oh my god, look at how many dice this just generated from that. Gets more dice.
Yep,
normals. Yeah, just do another normal and we should be done.
Yep.
Or Rain Swords. Right, Rain Swords just does it as well. Yep, there we go.
Yep,
GG. There we go. It was a long climb, but Venti took the game. Kevin Z took game 1.
Alrighty. How long does that take? Did that take us?
Yeah, that took us a pretty long while, but now that Kevin Z no longer can use the DP, the other options Kevin Z has is Kokomi, Sin, and the Ocean deck, if I recall correctly. Yes, the Oceanid deck and Sin are the only options that Kevin Z has. In the meantime, Yukimu's options are, because Bin and Nahida Urban just got through the Mona deck, so Raiden Superconduct and Kitchen Overload are the other 2 options that Yukimu has left.
Yeah. Both pretty good decks. Yeah. It's still going to be difficult to get through Bin. Like, let's be real. The substituting Barbara for Kokomi is not going to make the deck much weaker.
Yeah. It
Um,
it
and it
still
seems
has
like we
its
are
own
going to go
function.
onto Overload here, as we
Mm-hmm.
have Paid in Full in the starting end.
Fatui talent card just at hand. Gets send off, which is a really good start to have. Well, we have to see what the starting thing is. Overload. Okay, so send off just doesn't work anymore. So that send off on Kevin Z's side is going to be used as fodder, and that's fine. Which means Sin is ready for the last cast for 7Z. All right, really amazing dice start for Kevin Z, especially with Oceanid being the first character to start on. So that means that's an immediate 2 summons if Kevin Z really wants to do it. So hold on. I just find it actually hilarious that Bennett after we see so many times Bennett just getting the talent after using the Bennett burst, now we see double of them.
Yeah. I mean, Yukibu won't complain. Yeah. I feel like... Okay, this might be a bit of a tangent, but can we just just see, like, tenacity nerfs at this point? I feel like that's like...
Tenacity is very rough, dude. Yeah,
I feel like that just gives those stall decks the edge that they have right now.
Both, by the way, both areas have a really good start. Honestly, it's very luckily that Ocean also picked out George out of all things. At least a little bit of tankiness would be fine. And Kevin Z gives the lucky dog to Oceanid, gets that skill hit. I think that's the reason why he only summoned once there. Okay, Passion Overload. But now Bennett has a chance to use Burst, and not to mention the talent version of it too. That's going to be pretty strong.
Evidence first. Yuki follows suit.
It's like, it feels like paying debt, right? You owe us 4 damage. Turn is ended. It is time to reclaim your debt. Except the debt is damaged. I don't know if I'm just like actually really going weird, but like that's how it feels for me.
Yeah, it's tax season.
You're taxed this much health. Any case, that's another summon. So now Ocean has all the 3 energy, and Yukimu really needs to be careful right now. Strategize. Not over yet, and 1 to freedom. The question really at this point is it worth it to actually go immediately for the talent trigger, or we just wait?
So Ocean's Burst would do 6 damage right now. Triggering the burst actually heals you. So yeah, you technically dead to Adeptus Burst, but I feel like kind of most things are.
But Kevin Z also has to consider the costs of it, right? Because Kevin Z does not have any Hydra dice anymore on the hand, which means Kevin Z has to use approximately 4. Yeah, Kevin Z has to use 4 dice. No, 3 dice, 3 cards.
Oh yeah.
Switching into Visual would be a much more economical choice.
Yeah, of course Yukimu can't really predict that at the time. So the switch to Kachin kind of makes sense. Just doesn't want to lose his Bennett early on. Because honestly, like, both of these decks can deal a decent amount of damage early and then have, like, their late game sort of juggernaut in Bennett and the Fatui agent, respectively.
Knight Rider, there comes Oz. And now the Oceanid Fatui EC is now operational. It's fully operational, and now Fatui can actually just come in and out time to time, just to snipe someone real quick. In any case, it's still not over 100% sure. The problem is, like, because Yukimu actually can actually go into chase someone with an overload reaction. And the fact that the Pyro Aura is on Oceanid is actually really good for Yukimu, because at any point Kevin Z tries to play with Oceanid, they can use the Kaching's hairpin to just say no. And that's whoa, my god, oh my god! I'm not the only one who saw that, right? Another lucky dog in a cathedral. So we have another defensive wave of resources that KFZ can definitely use to their advantage. And it's Kevin Z's turn. Switches to Rodea.
Sorry, I'm a bit stunned right now.
Yeah, Yukimu has to use hairpin right now to at least slow down one time. But even then, Kevin Z can just use it's not leave it to me and get back into Ocean as fast as possible.
Yeah, I think at this point you're just offering something. Like I think at this point you just offer Klee, and force Kevin to either take it or do other things, waste dice.
Mm-hmm.
And probably Klee that you have to offer here.
Mm-hmm.
No one else can survive.
Yeah, Yukimu is definitely not in a good position now, not anymore, especially after having to pay the electric charge tax, 5 damage, paid forward by Klee.
Is this starting to already kind of get out of hand?
Yeah, it's already starting to be a little bit limitations here.
Yeah, not having been able to get Bennett's burst out early is starting to...
Hey. Yeah.
Kind of hurt.
Yep, kind of hurting right now. There we go. There's the overload chase that we've been talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and there's the leave it to me into the burst for exactly 9 damage.
Mm-hmm.
And that's ka-ching down. That's your reaction trigger down.
Yep.
Now it just has to be Bennett pretty much solo carrying.
Yeah, Bennett solo carrying. Again, the burst coming out a little too late. I don't know how you can actually recover from this, considering that, again, the electric charge tax is coming.
Like,
right?
This isn't like one of the problems, obviously, right now for Yukimu is this isn't the old versions of Pyro Ka-ching where you actually ran Kill Favodia. Nowadays they run Sack Sword instead. So, yeah, Bennett is just not going to be the type of character that can just completely solo carry.
Mm-hmm. George is now up. Lucky
He's
Dog
gonna
is
take
now
a lot of damage as well.
Yeah.
I think he might actually just need to switch to Klee, take all of that, and then hope that Bennett can do it by himself.
However, it doesn't really change the fact that, it's kind of Jover. Let's be real. How are you going to recover from this? How is Yuki actually going to recover from it? Does not have any send off. Only thing Yukimu has is it's not over yet and the gambler set.
Speaking of the gambler set, though, this is going to take down the Oceanette.
However, I don't think that was really huge, considering that they managed to pull off every single summon before the death of Oceanette.
So Kevin ends turn here. I think you switch to Klee here.
Yeah, it's the
transfer the dice. Klee is going to go down here, but is going to absorb everything. And then you've got a Bennett that is actually just difficult to take down.
Still a good chance. It's just a matter of when that Fatui is going to come down.
Like, I feel like Bennett is going to, because this is going to have to be like a decent setup turn here. I think Bennett is going to walk out of this this turn with 10 health.
Potentially.
The question is like what can they do the turn after?
Right. All right, here we go.
Not the best dice, but a decent amount of stuff to tune with, so I don't think you're in too much of trouble.
Yep. But there's also, yeah, we also, Kevin Z can also just vape right now. It's not going to be enough to actually take down Bennett, but it will definitely deter.
Mm. So I think what's in hand there is Hash Brown, and I don't actually know what the other one is. Is that Tandor?
I think so. Okay, so that's your first normal attack. Yukimu still holding on just enough.
Hmm. Yeah.
Just a little bit more, and Kevin Z will actually take the victory, if anything. Elemental skill takes 4 damage. That's actually really heavy tax.
Yeah.
Gets 2 health, 5 health back again.
Like, I think if Kevin gets greedy right now and stays on
for 2 weeks,
on for 2, just re-up stealth, that's going to cost a lot, because at that point you can, if that is indeed Tandori in hand of Yukimo.
Right.
Actually, no, there's no dice for that.
I do have a counterpoint though, because knowing Kevin Z, I don't see Kevin Z being greedy here.
Yeah.
Knowing Kevin Z, it's kind of very hard to see that. There's the prowl, takes the vaporize and gets 2 barrier of stealth as well.
Yeah.
The Tubby engine exists. That is also another.
Wait, no, Yukimo has the dice. Is that That is Tandor.
Oh, it is Tandor.
Yeah. Goodbye.
Okay.
Goodbye for Tyrion.
Oh my god,
is that it? Oh
my god, is that it? There it is. Yeah. Overload. Oh my god.
Gets the dice back as well. Kevin has to
hold that off. Oh my god. Holy shit.
And there we go. Yukimu takes game number 2.
How the heck did that how, you know what? Sure, Yukimu, you take the spot, man. you take the spot.
I think the problem that Kevin was kind of running into is, like, if he does play around the Tandori and switches over to facial, which would have had to be the play there, one, you'd give Bennett more time to heal and give over another Gambler's proc as well. I'm not sure if the other way around it would have worked either. So, also, at that point, the question is, like, do you even play around Tandori anymore? Because at that point, they just Tandori later and beat your ass just the same way. Oh yeah, really well played by Yukimu, and we're going to game number 3 in the grands.
And that means we have a Bin and not Bin, sorry, Sin. So Kevin Z will be using Sin, and Yukimu is actually using Raiden. The Raiden Superconduct versus Sin. Yeah. And that's going to be crazy, actually.
Honestly, that is sort of the defining matchup of this patch. Those two have been, like, I don't want to say by far the best decks, because they're not, but
in the end it all comes back to meta.
They've definitively been the best 2 decks, let's say it like that.
Yeah, it's kind of like, yeah, it's like the battle of the Titans, 100% sure.
And Kevin is starting battle, which is nice.
Okay, here we go. It's actually really weird seeing Kogami in this. And hold on. I think hold on. I didn't look at the first roll, the roll of the cards they got, but I'm pretty sure Kevin Z just rolled the best set of cards immediately from the get-go. There's
well, I got the Bell, but no tenacity.
No tenacity, but like having the Bell, Liben, and Worf at the same all there. It's already like a lot of like setup that you can do from the very beginning.
Honestly, there's a possibility that Kevin just says, screw it. Puts down that, puts down the Bell and Lieben, and just...
End it, you're right.
Does double Samara City. Interesting.
Double Samara City. Bell.
Ooh.
Oh.
Very interesting.
But very understandable.
Is it though?
Yeah. I would
guess
say.
you still haven't found tenacity. I feel like keeping your draw power around is... I don't know.
No. Well, yes. Second sacrificed a lot of draw power, but it doesn't. But it also, those draw power that he used wasn't gone to waste. He used every bit of that draw power to make as many benefits as possible, and getting all those terrain is what it is. He got the energy off. He got this barrier. He got a shield. He got Ushi at the hand. Superlative strength is actually climbing up bit by bit. Ito's not going to be eliminated from the get-go. No way, especially with that protection mechanic.
Oh, definitely not.
And also gets the lead on the turn still for the next turn. No, Kevin Z used every single bit of power he had, but like made sure none of it went to waste, and that's very good.
Yeah. I just think focusing on drawing might have been...
Oh, for sure. It is definitely a thought of point, yeah. But I'm just saying, it wasn't a bad move either.
Yeah, this is very efficient. You already gain like dice here. You know, like that's already essentially 2 free dice you gained off of Samara Cities from the very get-go.
So, Kevin Z is actually kind of rolling like dices of the century right now. It's kind of insane. And honestly, Raiden, if Yukimo can't find a way to make Raiden burst right now, this is kind of problematic. But to be fair, yeah, no, Yukimo can 100% make it happen. However, he decides to Lotus Crest spit out.
Yeah, wants to get Raiden burst out. I do agree. Takes this route. It's honestly an interesting route, not going over Shenhe, but rather over Chongyun. Is just trying to actually get the bursts out, and is less interested in continuous superconducts.
And now Shenhe's up.
Okay, actually, yeah, takes it slow now. Very interesting.
Yeah, taking it. Yeah, I think both sides are actually just like taking it slow. After how both sides have taken wins from really, really immaculate situations, it's kind of crazy. All right. Strategize gets it's not over yet and gets the Cry of Resonance. That was a good pull. Gets Woven and reroll. That was a good pull. Yukimo got pretty good pulls out of that. And now Kevin Z also doesn't really have a lot to do as well. But the Jellyfish is out, and Ushi will be actually taking health from Shenhe. Switches to Noel, and we'll take the hit. There it is. And there it is. And there's a second bell. And that. So we'll see what Strategize picks up in here. I just realized that Yukimo actually got the Gambler set as well. Ooh. Hopefully the reroll will be working out. Okay, that works out slightly bit better.
Yeah.
Definitely. It's going to be okay.
Yeah. One thing that is really reassuring for Kevin right now is there is a Geo Resonance, which means you can relatively quickly summon some massive shields. So you're never really in too much danger of losing a character. Which means I might actually see the Ito switch here, because I don't think there's a way to punish that too hard.
Right.
That's tenacity though. So he's actually gonna take it even slower because he got everything he needs now.
Yep. So Kevin Z will take their sweet time. And Yukimo, unbeknownst to themselves, kind of on a ticking time bomb, 100% sure. Icy Quills is out though, at least. So at least one part of Yukimu's plan is undergoing, but how much that will actually go through, we don't know. The reroll dice doesn't seem to have worked out super in favor of Yukimu here. Gonna have to work it out. And the answer for Yukimo would be normal. That only gets rid of not even all of the shields that Noel creates.
Yeah,
Kevin
it's more
Z
for,
again.
for charging.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, Kevin Z could actually just start just giving a tenacity Millith to Ito here, or just wait until they get it out. Okay, switch to Ito.
Transfers the shields. Okay, there's no quick swap, so I was thinking for a second, is there any way that actually wait, no, Yukimo has no dice. I'm blanking.
It's fine.
Because I'm seeing like your Cryo Resonance, Adeptus Temptation in hand, and I'm just getting greedy on their behalf.
The pieces of Exodia just on. Yeah, the thing is, Kevin Z just has all those pieces of Exodia. That's the real deal. That's the real thing.
Yeah, I still think they're whatchamacallit? I still think that being able to deal. I mean, how do you even stop Adeptus Resonance? Chungian Burst.
That's the point. You kind of can't.
Yeah. Like.
But it's kind of a mountain.
Manageable.
Oh, here we go. Only 1 damage.
Yeah.
However, Raiden just got a stack of that, so they can actually still use Raiden at the end of the day to do a little slice burst and come back and apply more pressure.
Yeah.
One thing for certain is that Ito is exposed right now, and Kevin Z kind of needs to think about this carefully.
There's 2 things they can do right now: is either switch off, which is the safer play, but also, do something and then switch off. The more aggressive play would be to use Geo Resonance here. Use the Resonance dice to heal. Okay, because the send off actually did huge amounts there. Getting your Shenhe Burst sent off is just
gut-wrenching, heartbreaking.
Yeah.
That's another Papa John's pizza on Kevin.
Like just imagine if there was a card that's just like delete the bell from the game. That's about as bad as sending a Shenhe Burst off is to Shenhe SC.
The dice just didn't work for Kevin Z right now. Dice really not working for Kevin Z. Okay, actually. Tenacity Millith has activated, so it will take a while until Ito actually bites the dust. Kevin Z's turn right now. Can just do just random ass normal here. It can definitely do that. So how they're gonna deal with this? Just doing normal. Shenhe at a very, very bad position. Ashiel will just brace it through and do a normal skill. I think. Sorry, elemental skill. I think at this point Shenhe is just fodder at this point. And technically speaking, Kevin Z can actually just burst right now, and that'll be almost the end of it.
See, I don't even think they need to right now.
Decides
this
to go
This is giving Shenhe maybe a bit of a glimpse at perhaps still being able to burst again. In that case, Yukimi would probably need to normal attack here, and then probably switch off, actually.
Right.
The other thing is it could go over to Raiden now, and get the burst out now that Raiden isn't as threatened.
Right. Yukimu will decided that maybe keeping Shenhe would be a better option and actually switches to Chongyun. I don't. It's kind of weird that Raiden's still there. Raiden hasn't done anything apart from the eye. Hasn't done exactly something incredibly well just yet.
Yeah, I think one of the problems is you really need a quick swap over, because if you just normal swap and Kevin has a quick swap, which I don't think we've seen one yet, so it's very much within the within likelihood that Kevin would have one. You just lose your Raiden on the spot, and then you have to charge your Chongyun manually.
Mm-hmm. So it is kind of crazy that like, oh, it's so scary, dude. Look at that. Remember about the modern? Oh my god. So this is gonna happen. This is gonna happen for a while.
So use changing shift there to keep some dice here. Essentially stay active for longer. Because Kevin right now has to essentially decide: do I do one last skill, or do I, essentially concede that there's not going to be more skills from me? Because I think they've used both of the Woven dice at this point.
Mm-hmm. This is kind of like a. Yeah, this is 100% just like, back and forth. The back and forth is kind of real tight here. Yukimu now finally seeing that there is a skill that has been spent. What will Yukimu do here? Yukimu does not have any single dice to actually trigger anything from Chongyun unless they attune. However, just decides to give gamblers to get Chongyun instead.
Yeah. Likely the candidate to take most kills at this point. So yeah, you don't really have to surprise gamblers anymore.
There we go. The heals, the Ushi, the second heals. This is hard. Oh, and a Lotus Curse. So yeah, no, 100%. Kevin Z's got everything he needs. Oh my god!
That's nice. Come on, nah!
I'm sorry. Did Kevin G just pull that off? Like, what are the odds of that? Yeah, you know what, dude? Kevin Z just, Kevin G should just actually just go for it. Just literally bring ruin to Yukimu right now. What was that? What was that? Dude, what was that? That was stupid. That was ridiculous. Oh, and decides to stall it too.
Yeah, like there's no reason to really take down Shenhe right now. You can definitely just do it when Shenhe has got 2 energy, but with 1, you're just not threatened really. And taking the kill, I think we've talked about it before, gives you the free switch to Raiden, who then just bursts pretty much.
Yeah.
And it does seem like the clock isn't really ticking in Kevin Z's favor.
Yeah.
Sorry, in Yukimu's favor.
Yeah. This is kind of a long waiting game.
Yeah, Chongyun just takes a bit of damage at the end of the turn every time, and like
the fact that no one is willing to actually move, right? Oh, okay. So I think now's the time. Yep, now's the time.
The resonance is going to come down. This is not going to kill, as far as I can tell.
but it
Yep.
will be
Just one
just
off.
enough to just like make a lot of threats.
Also,
And also, yeah, look at that. Look at that.
mm,
No, yeah, this is it. Just bonk. I don't think
I think you
writing can help
don't.
either.
I think you just don't. I think you switch back to Kokomi again.
Oh no, please.
Like you don't. You just don't want to run into a woman. There's no reason to take that risk, I think. Okay. Does
Okay.
take it in the end.
Mm-hmm. Oh, with Ushi though.
Yeah.
So they can so Kevin Z has another chance for another normal. Chongyun Adeptus Temptation. Covenant.
How are you gonna get the extra?
How are you gonna Oh,
Oh
Ito.
wait, there's an Ito card. Okay, how much is this?
There it is.
This
How
a
much is
lot.
no, seriously, how much is this? Not enough. However, it got
Far off
almost
though.
almost every single okay. Well, and then hash browns. Imagine surviving a huge barrage of death and then just saying, "Oh, look, hash brown," and gets healed from that, and then gets in. Look,
Yeah, disparage.
what happened? What happened, and why nothing happened? Oh my god! It's over. This is it. It's Jover. It's Jover, isn't it? Oh my! And then you get the dice of cringe.
Nothing happened at Arataki Square.
Yep. Oh my god. That is
Oh my
so
lord. You're getting that
dumb.
as well. GG's!
Oh my god.
That is Kevin Z taking the major. GG's. It's going to be the second one to take
Oh
two
my
EU majors.
god.
Congratulations.
Someone needs to make a meme out of that. That was, dude, that flex is so huge. Congratulations, Kevin Z, for the winner. Yukimu will take second place. Hold on, let me check the thing one more time. Iliandro and DataFan number 1 will be taking third and fourth, and the rest will be leaving with a welcome boon.
All right, we're here with a bit of a post-match interview. It's a few days out from the EU major, but here we have Kevin Z, the 2-time EU champion for this major. Kevin, how's it going?
Yeah. I feel pretty happy with being one of the people who has won 2 majors. I didn't get to be the first one, unfortunately, but
Yeah.
it's still good.
I mean, do we have multi EU? You could say you are the first for EU because EU has a lot of players, but I think maybe Kirano has taken multiple majors as well.
Yeah, Kirano got 2 EU majors first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then, yeah.
It's an achievement. I think it's an achievement nonetheless. I think we saw a lot of new faces this time, but there was still a pretty good competition nonetheless. But on your side of things, if we take a look at the bracket, you only dropped 1 game the whole major. So, and that was the final round.
Yeah, I think the finals match was probably the hardest one.
Mm-hmm.
But I was pretty happy with my picks. I feel like they performed like how I wanted them. So I feel pretty content with my picks.
Yeah. That was it was pretty crazy you playing the Dinostaller death penalty going into the other match, and you're just able to squeeze it out. Like it was a pretty standstill match until you finally got that breakthrough and were able to finish it off as Shatter. Let's see here. I think yeah, because it is a few days out, so it's a little hard to recall all the events, but with the update now here basically already, Is there anything you're looking forward to for next patch? Either Dea, Wanderer, Yaya, or I think there's a new card in particular that you may be interested in for action cards.
Oh yeah, okay. One of the action cards I'm really looking forward is Yayoi Nanatsu, the basically artifact Jang.
Yeah.
That I mean for Saramona, like the Saramona Venti deck, I feel like there's a really good card for that deck. And it's probably like really good for elemental artifact decks in general. So you can put elemental artifacts on every character for free.
Yeah. I'm pretty excited too. You know, I tried messing with your artifact loadout with different character combinations, and I'm like, this is potentially very potent. And if you had like an artifact reducing thing, then it would be pretty strong.
Yeah. For the characters, I think I'm most excited for Wanderer. Like I think his mechanic where he attacks a standby character is really interesting. Basically makes you be able to swirl like always.
Yeah.
And then they I think also pretty interesting with her damage reduction summon.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I think, you know, as I was kind of looking through TC and figuring out the new cards, I think Wanderer is gonna hard punish anyone who self-inflicts element, you know, like Kokomi, and then in the future if we have new characters who self-inflict elements, it's gonna be a hard punish for them.
Yeah. That's definitely possible.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, is there anything else you'd like to say to the audience before we kind of close out here?
Nothing in particular. I had a great time. Hopefully next time, Kirano is. Yeah, it was in my player card.
Yeah, I can throw that up.
I really like playing Kirano. Playing Kirano is always a blast. I didn't get to do it this time, but it was still really fun.
Yeah, Kirano over here. I mean, you know, he did go to win his own win the other major, but yeah, seeing other high level players duke it out is always a treat. You know, you have it right here where Kirano catching. But anyways, I think yeah, that's gonna do it for this interview. Thank you so much for coming on, Kevin. And yeah. Bye bye.
For having. Goodbye.
But before we go, any final words from you, Louis?
Well, I guess we can, you know, just jump into the sponsors for now.
Okay.
Now we are sponsored by the Genshin Impact Tavern for this tournament, graciously giving us the prize pool. The tavern is another great community for Genshin. They host the Castell gatherings. You can find them at Genshin Impact at discord.gg/Genshin Impact Tavern. Of course, you can find us on Discord as well at GITCG. That's where we host our tournaments. Show up to the weeklies. Hope you're having fun there. We're also on all the socials, and I'll leave the KQM stuff to you.
Yep, and then of course we also we're streaming from KQM official for this one. However, other tournaments will be streaming in the other places as well. KQM is a great resource for guides and stuff like that. Not only we're doing Genshin Impact, we also have moved on to Honkai Star Rail as well. So if you guys are interested in that, please come and visit. And that being said, I would like to also thank all the people in the behind the scenes. They all did. If it weren't for them, all of this wouldn't happen either. Major thanks to everyone who has been working very hard for this. And I think Europe is the last one for this patch for the majors, and we will be swiftly moving into 4.1 patch weeklies straight after that. And hopefully after that we will get to see new cards there as well and see how much we do.
Yeah. So, just to quickly go over the people who've made this possible. Of
Oh,
course, it's
yes.
us two. We got Binzu doing the spectating work. Kojo doing stream at like dead hours. We also had Haunty doing tournament admin for today. I think there might have been another person as well, but I can't
Billy.
quite. Oh yeah, Billy. There we go. Yeah, and of course, thank you to all the players who've participated in this season, and congratulations once more to our 3 winners: Carano in Asia, I think it was Gboot in NA, and Kevin Z in Europe.
All right. I think it's now time to close it all. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for everyone watching us here. And my name has been XD, and you are?
I'm Louis, and we'll see you next patch.
Yes, we'll see you next time. Have a good night, morning, afternoon, who knows.